Miller, and I've recently been appointed as chair of this committee following Martin Evans' appointment to chair of the SPA board. So first of all, welcome everyone. And welcome in particular to everyone who's joining us on the live stream. This is a public meeting. Could we have any apologies? Do we have apologies?
So, Chair, we have apologies formally from Martin Evans, as until board approval he will remain a member of the committee. And Mike, I don't know if you could, Mike Callaghan, can you confirm will Councillor Parry be attending today? I haven't received apologies, but I don't see her on the call.
Yes, she'd hope that we'll be able to join at some stage. I know she's got in a meeting just now, political meetings, but we'll keep you updated on that. But hopefully she will be able to join the meeting at some stage.
That's great, thank you. So just Martin.
Okay, thanks for that. Can I ask if there's any declarations of interest? No. Okay. Can we move on then to the minute of the committee meeting that was on the 17th of November last year? Are members happy to approve that as a correct record? Any matters arising or issues? No. Okay, thanks for that. The action log, can we move on then to the action log? I'm proposing just to agree that, unless there's some exceptions, there's a couple of questions from me. I think the published action log has one item that hasn't been updated. And that's in relation to 005. The information, it's just to confirm that the information has in fact been circulated to members. So that, along with others, is proposed for closure. And the only other one is 006, which relates to the corporate parenting. And I think that there was an intention to invite a board member, I think it was specifically myself, to engagement sessions. So I was just wanting to check whether those are scheduled yet, and if not, when that might be, because I don't think I've had an invitation to that. Bob, you wanted to come in on that?
No, not on that. I have a separate issue, so if you bring me in after that. Okay, so could we just have an update then on 006 in relation to that invitation to the engagement session? Anyone from Police Scotland?
Chair, it's Deborah here. We have received confirmation via strategic engagement that it's fully intended that you will be invited, but as yet we haven't actually had that through. I'm not sure if there is anybody either from strategic engagement who could comment, or anybody else who from Police Scotland who's able to.
Tom, did you want to come in?
Thanks, Chair. Let me take that off table and speak to Gary Ritchie, and we'll get your response quickly on that.
Okay, that's perfect. Thanks very much for that.
Sorry.
Bob.
Thanks, Chair. It's just a quick one. In relation to 003, the strategic assessment, as a result of obviously changes within the authority, neither Michelle or I have actually seen the assessment because I think it would have gone to David Crichton and Martin. It would be helpful for us to have a copy, so that particularly I think with the annual policing conversation that we're going to have at the board, for Michelle and I to have sight of that strategic assessment, understanding the confidentiality aspects of it.
Tom?
Thanks, Chair. Very happy to share that with you, Bob. And equally, although we've routed it in through the chair, we're comfortable that it's shared amongst all members for visibility. It's just simply that it's not a public document, as everyone's aware. Thank you.
All right, that's really helpful. Thanks very much for that. Okay, before I move on to the item 2, which is the performance reporting, I just wanted, while everybody is here, I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that Bob is leaving the board and therefore will no longer be a member of this committee. So this is his last meeting. And really just to say, Bob, thanks very much on behalf of all of us, really, for your contribution to the committee, which has always been both incisive and insightful, and really appreciate it. And you'll be missed. But good luck in whatever endeavours are next. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, can we move on then to item 2, which is the 2.1, which is the quarterly policing performance report. And I don't know whether it's Tom or Fiona who's going to speak to this, but Tom, okay, thanks. Before you start, Tom, I'd just like to say that I think that this represents a huge amount of work and a real progress in terms of the way it's presented, the way it's shaped, the data and information and analysis and insight that's in it. And just wanted really to thank you and your team and everybody who's been involved in it, because it really is shaping up to be a hugely helpful document. And I don't think any of us underestimates the amount of work that has gone into producing this. So thanks very much to you. And if you would pass that on to your colleagues as well, I'd really appreciate it. But beyond that, over to you.
Chair, thanks very much for those comments. It's really appreciated. I know a number of members of the production team, if you like, are on the call. So thank you for that. And we've benefited over the last year from the input of this committee as to what the expectation is in terms of format and level of insight. We've tried to draw out in this Q3 report, members will have noted from the exec summary, some of the strategic challenges as we've identified them from the data. And again, there may be benefit in a deeper dive in the conversation on some of that. As per the last 2 quarterly reports, the format of the document covers public confidence, the measures of progress towards strategic outcomes, and Operation Tala, a response to COVID-19. And I think that as a format is making actually life easier on our side as well, actually to organise our thinking, which is the benefit of a well-structured performance framework. And we can come on to talk later in the agenda about the work that's been done to refresh that in partnership with your own officers. So I would just simply draw attention to a few points for members' awareness and then open up to the discussion. On the first section around public confidence, obviously critical in terms of maintaining our legitimacy. And it's an area that within the service we're taking significant interest in. Weekly Monday morning executive update meetings have an input on public confidence. We have the benefit of the Your Police survey, which is reaching huge numbers of people. We're having a significant number of responses, and we're also able to use that survey, as we'll come on to talk about, to develop the annual police plan and get some response to some of the commitments within that emerging document. We're presenting today 58% of respondents agreeing strongly that they have confidence in their local police. As we improve our analysis, we can get the benefit as well of some of the qualitative responses rather than just the tick box exercise. People are giving us their views on policing, and they're also giving us views on issues in their local areas, which we're able to then push into the particular divisions, which allows us to shape a good policing response to some of the responses we're getting from people out there. We also use our user satisfaction survey, which still shows a consistently high level of satisfaction at 73%. And as I mentioned earlier, there is our Monday morning check-in on public confidence. Equally, every month, our Strategic Leadership Board takes a full update on public confidence, and ACC Hawkins now chairs a Strategic Oversight Board specifically about public confidence and user satisfaction. So I hope that gives members some reassurance that we do take it really seriously as a measure of success and our legitimacy as well. In terms of the second element around measures of progress towards strategic outcomes, these are essentially the key bits of crime and offence data, which, in agreement with the authority, with this committee, we thought told the clearest picture of progress towards the strategic outcomes that we've set out within the framework. So overall, violent crime down by nearly 10% compared to last year. Not unsurprising, given the level of restrictions there's been. But again, an area that needs to be watched as we move forward and as lockdown starts to ease. We're having a discussion later in today's agenda about the work of the Your Safety Matters Diamond Group, and DCC Taylor will present that. But assaults on police officers, although they have reduced based on recent reporting, are still worryingly high, and that's an area of concern. We've called out that sexual crime is down, and we have called this out before, that actual physical offending appears to be down. There's also been a drop in historic reporting. That's offences that took place more than a year earlier. But what has continued to increase is online child sexual abuse. And that, coupled with the data we have around fraud, points to some of the real downsides of the lockdown period and some of the challenges that undoubtedly communities are facing, where a lot of offending has moved online, hence the development of our cyber strategy and the need to invest in our capability in that space. We've called out drug-related deaths as we have done previously, obviously significant data, and during December, the Scottish Government published the 2019 calendar year data, which again was looking poor in terms of figures being up by 6% on the previous year, and the number of drug deaths having more than doubled in 10 years. But we've set out within the document some of the approaches that we're taking across the executive and through Gary Ritchie's portfolio to make sure that we make the best possible contribution. There are other data sets within the report. I don't propose to read through all of those, other than to say we're tracking the data around contact command and control in terms of response times, and the continued rollout of CAM is having an impact there. We've called out hate crime data. I've mentioned fraud already and the direction of travel in that space. Equally, there are other areas that members may be interested to explore further around, for example, missing persons or road safety. And the very last element of the report is around Operation Tala and the COVID response. And again, our view is that we're performing well against the 8 objectives that we've set ourselves for that operation. But equally, you know, beyond Q3, events happen, and we're all aware of both the easing of lockdown and the challenges that Police Scotland faces around public disorder and so on, even in recent days. So there's narrative within the document about some of the steps that we're taking around the response model, and around, for example, the use of resource advisors to make sure that we have the right people in the right place. The last point I would mention, Chair, is simply to make reference, although it's not in the paper, we've taken receipt now of the internal audit report on the performance framework and the success with which it enables scrutiny. And I was really encouraged by that document. I think it will obviously travel through SPA governance, probably primarily through the audit committee, and we might touch on it as part of the discussion on the refresh of the framework. But I think it's describing a process that's now working, and I'm really grateful for your comments about the report itself, and we'll continue to try and improve on that position. So with that, I'll hand across to yourself, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Tom. Really detailed report, as I said, and very welcome. I think that there will be a number of questions on some of the detail. There's just a kind of overarching question that I wanted to ask, which is, you know, you can see and that there's a logic to some of the crimes decreasing during the current lockdown and others increasing very significantly. What I suppose I'm slightly concerned about and would be interesting to hear your thoughts on is kind of post-lockdown, I wonder if there's a logical expectation that some of the crimes that have been suppressed, if you like, during lockdown might begin to increase to their previous levels, but also that the crimes that have increased, the more invisible crimes and fraud and online sexual abuse and domestic violence, etc., may not decrease. And I suppose what I'm concerned about is that the kind of conflation of those two things could potentially mean a very significant increase in volume of demand. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that in terms of how that might be addressed and coped with.
Chair, if I can come in and then maybe ask Deb Taylor to come in just with an operational perspective. These are the discussions, and you're right to identify it, that we're having at our operational delivery board that's chaired by DCC Graham and DCC Care as the main operational leads for local and specialist policing. There is a real concern that both the online and virtual crime that we're identifying in the data continues on the trajectory that it's on. And exactly as we've seen in recent days, as life does return to normal, as lockdown eases, then actually the challenge and the demand presented by more traditional crimes increases. It's a significant issue, and it's a benefit, I think, of having now a strategic workforce plan that can help us to plan ahead as to where we want people to be. There's a strategic view, but equally there's a tactical one within our resource deployment units, and we can properly make sure that we're ready for demand as it starts to emerge. And as a last point, it's part of the benefit, I think, of some of the analytical work that we're now doing around demand, where we can start to look further ahead and track both in terms of seasonality and the impact of wider changes to lockdown and so on, because we saw this, for example, when we reported on Q2, where there was an element of easing of the lockdown restrictions last summer, and some of the impact that had. We did see violent crime start to go in the wrong direction. So we're really alert to that. You're right to call it out. And ultimately, we need to make sure that the resourcing and the skills that we have are in the right place. But could I maybe ask DCC Taylor just to come in with a perspective on that?
Yes, please, DCC Taylor, that would be great.
Thanks, Chair. And again, probably what I will do is invite ACC Campbell, Pat Campbell, just to talk about some of those crimes which sit perhaps more on the specialist, the SCD side, the hidden type of crime that Tom's just alluded to, fraud, online sexual offending, and the like. But in terms of the broader piece, I think you're absolutely right, Chair. We always anticipate seasonal peaks and troughs in sort of public space crime, if you want. The nights lengthen, the lockdown eases, groups start to congregate, back in parks, in public areas, pubs open again. So I do think, yes, we do anticipate that we will start to see rises potentially in violent crime. Equally, and this may, there may well be some playoff into the fraud space here. The vast majority of shops and the like are closed at the moment. So that will inevitably have an impact on acquisitive crime and potentially on other sort of crimes of violence such as robbery. So we're tracking through that really carefully. As Tom says, we have now got enhanced governance in place within Police Scotland through we have the oversight, the performance oversight board, which the chief chairs, and then also clearly subordinate to that is the operational delivery board, which is co-chaired by Malcolm and Will. Now again, what that looks to do is to try to anticipate crime trends and to move our resources around so that we can actually have an early preventative impact on any crime trends which begin to emerge. But I think, again, Chair, just to sort of add another layer, another dimension to the point that you raise, I think colleagues will be aware that we are going to go into more generally an incredibly busy year for Police Scotland operationally. We're looking at the moment, obviously, we're still in the sort of, hopefully the latter stages of the COVID lockdown, but we will look forward to Holyrood parliamentary elections in May. We then potentially, and again, this will depend on, on some decisions which are taken over the coming weeks and months, potentially hosting some of the European Football Championship matches as we go across the summer. And then, of course, we know that we are in the build very rigorously and effectively in the build to COP26 in the autumn. So, as well as what we might term kind of conventional crime trends over the summer, organisationally, there are a myriad of other pressures on us as well that we will clearly look to fulfil. Chair, if that gives you an overview around the sort of broader context, I might ask Pat to come in just to talk about the more of the kind of online elements of criminal activity.
Yep, thanks very much. Pat, did you want to come in?
Thanks, Chair, and good morning, members. Yeah, without repeating what the DCC or Tom has said before, I mean, we are seeing a picture where that violent crime, in particular homicide, has in the public space arena has reduced over the last 12 months. Now, that's in line with the UK picture, the national picture in the UK, across NPCC and UK forces. I think what has increased and what we have seen is that cyber-enabled, cyber-dependent crime has been increasing from a considerable period of time. So that has further escalated during the pandemic period, and it's an area we're focusing on. We're looking at our capability, capacity around that online. So, for example, as Tom's touched on, the increase in online child sexual abuse investigations has increased really significantly. You know, I mean, from 2013 to where we are just now, over 1,000% increase in online child sexual abuse investigations. Now, again, that is in line with the UK picture. We are getting better at that. There is more capability, there's more capacity across the force to respond to that within Police Scotland at this particular stage. And the development and the introduction of the cyber strategy, which again we're presenting to the SP board at the end of March, will really thereafter lay out that whole implementation plan and phasing for the next 12 months and further on than that. How we will thereafter respond to that threat within the cyber arena. Again, moving away from CSE and into fraud, some of the headlines that we've seen again within Scotland and about that significant increase in fraud, which has been reported. Again, is in line with the UK picture. I recently provided evidence at the Treasury Select Committee, and again, this was consistent with what we're seeing within the City of London Police, within the Metropolitan Police, was that significant increase. We're seeing an increase in roughly around about between 38 and 41% in reported fraud. Now, is that, and I dare say a great deal of that is public confidence to now report such matters, as well as our recording mechanisms are better in response to that as well. So, as I say, increase in online and cyber-enabled and cyber-dependent crime, and we anticipate that we will see that demand increasing as we move forward. And again, it's back into what Tom's indicated about how we can better anticipate what that demand profile is going to look like moving forward is where we want to get to just now in respect to that. But I hope that's maybe painted the picture around some of the challenges we're facing just now.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thanks very much to everybody for that really detailed response. Can I open it up then to members, Bob? And I've a few questions myself on some of the detail, really, and we can just run through. I mean, I'm not proposing that we will go through every page of the report, which, as I said, is incredibly detailed and really helpful. But there are a few questions that I have and that maybe Bob has as well that we might want to pick up on. Bob?
Thanks, Chair. And I really want to start by just echoing the Chair's comments. I've been 4 years now at this, and I've seen, I think, 3 iterations of the Policing Committee looking at a variety of styles of performance reporting, and this is undoubtedly the best yet. So I think, again, I echo the Chair's comments. I think the work that's gone into getting the document to where it is, and the good news is we're no longer talking about process and structure of the report. We're actually talking about the content of the report, which is how it should be. So, you know, the first is I'm really pleased as I roll off the authority that this is now in the shape that it should be. I probably want to build on the comments that have just been made about the change in patterns of crime, because particularly I think around the fraud cyber area, you've noted a significant increase, and we know that. But we also know that, because we've talked about it at this committee before, that there is huge underreporting in this space. And the work done by the Scottish Government indicated, as we've talked about before, that only 6% of members of the public who suffered a crime in relation to a credit card compromise are reporting or would consider reporting that to the police. Now, I suppose, so I have a question which has been asked before. I know there is work between Police Scotland and the banking sector to look at how we capture that data. But my worry is that actually we're talking about an increase, and yet we're talking about the very, very tip of an iceberg. And when we come to think about strategic decisions about the makeup of policing within Scotland, what resources are dedicated in what area, if we don't have an accurate picture of this, or a more accurate picture of this sector of crime, my worry is that we're going to make some decisions that we'll look back on and wonder why we made them. So my question is, where is that work with the banking sector about capturing some of that visibility? I think my second observation, I was quite surprised when I looked at the report not to see any reference in there to the cyber attack against the Environmental Protection Agency, which happened in this quarter, which is without doubt the most significant and most damaging attack to have happened in Scotland at all, and has had, I know, significant impact to a core public sector service. And so I suppose my second question is, how can we bring that type of thing, which may only be one when you look at it in terms of reported crime, but in terms of the impact and damage is right up there in the top right-hand corner of any impact graph. My last, hopefully linked question is around Operation Para, which is reported in the report in terms of your response to child sexual abuse. First is, that seems like a really good initiative that's reported some really positive results. What it isn't clear from the report is, so what's happening next? Because it would almost appear to be potentially something that's worth mainstreaming. The report talks about that operation having potentially finished at the end of January. And I'm just interested as to what's the next steps of taking the learning out of Operation Para and bringing it into the future action for Police Scotland. That's me, Chair.
Thanks very much, Bob. Quite a lot of questions in there on slightly different issues. Can I ask, DC Taylor, are you going to kind of lead or apportion the responses to your colleagues?
I think, thanks, Michelle. I think Tom possibly wants just to talk about and Tom, forgive me if I'm misrepresenting you here, possibly just around the timing of the cyber attack and the build of the Q3 performance report. Although I may be entirely wrong there. You might want to come in about something else entirely. But what I might do, Chair, if I can, is bring Pat in first. I'm sure Pat will be able, Bob, to give you an overview of our intentions around the reporting of fraud and encouraging members of the public to report, and clearly the activity we would take as a consequence of that, and then also the child sexual abuse element as well. Pat, if I could maybe, if that works for you, Chair.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, DCC. Yeah, so just a couple of points, Bob, that you've raised around that. Yeah, I do agree. I think it is still vastly underreported, although we are still seeing that significant increase in fraud around that. There is ongoing engagement with the banking institutions across the UK. We basically link into them on a day-to-day basis around about suspicious activity reports that we're seeing through some of the systems that are operated within that banking world. So we are getting a better understanding around that, and some of the recent media campaigns that we've done within PCC around about areas such as romance fraud, investment fraud, around about the Take 5 campaign, around about that preventative approach to fraud. We are beginning to get significant results around that. So again, it's positive from that aspect of it, but I do take your point, it is still vastly underreported. And again, the development of that communication strategy back into the public domain to encourage reporting is something that we are we are focusing on in that respect. In respect of Operation Para, that is now mainstream business in respect to Police Scotland. So Operation Para, that real focus on the increase that we were seeing coming through the national national online child protection arena through the National Crime Agency. We basically responded to that with a focused drive around resources in respect of trying to impact significantly on the high volume of reports that we were receiving. That model has not been removed. That simply now is daily business for us. So Operation Para has now developed and emerged into an online child sexual abuse investigation unit. We have now one located within the east of the country. We have one now in the west, and recently put a further unit into the north of the country. So we have that national approach to all online child sexual abuse investigations that are reported to us through our partners. But more importantly, and just to highlight, we now have the capability and the capacity to proactively now basically start to impact on some of the harm caused to the communities in Scotland by proactively looking at some of the challenges within this really, really difficult and challenging arena just now. So I hope that's answers some of the points you raised, Bob, but I'm happy to take anything else.
No, that's a helpful update, Pat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tom, did you want to come in? Yes, okay, thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Just to thank Bob as well for those opening comments. That's really appreciated, and your input to this development has been significant, so thank you. I was really just going to make further reference to the cyber strategy that Pat's the lead on, but equally the work that's been done there around the development of a centre of excellence, around enabling local policing and around strengthening partnerships. A big element of that, I think, will help to address the underreporting issue that you point to, Bob. And the Crime and Justice Survey did call out that reporting levels are really, really low, but even for the levels that are visible to us, the rate is increasing significantly and has done, particularly over lockdown. So I think it's the benefit of the investments that we're proposing and that we'll talk to the board about in March around cyber, but underreporting is something that we need to take some account of, and the expectation is that demand will significantly increase as we start to step up the service that's offered. And on the point about SEPA, I think that's a fair comment, Bob. It happened on Christmas Eve. I know there was engagement with Police Scotland, but that didn't take place until January, so it's kind of missed the cut. But let us take that away, and we can maybe include a bit more detail in the Q4 report if that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. That's helpful. Fiona, did you want to come back?
Yes, please, if I may. It was really just to pick up on Bob's point about skills training. Have we got our people in the right place in the organisation? And I think now that we do have the workforce plan, all of the the initial build around the plan completed, we are now starting to actually use it, if you like, to assist us to understand exactly where that future demand might come from. We are also, Bob, just again, so you're aware, bringing into in fact we have brought it into existence a new element of our governance, which will enable us organisationally and strategically to look at capacity creation through the transformation activity that's ongoing at the moment, and then also to look at those areas of extant and anticipated demand which potentially are not sufficiently robust at the moment or well enough reinforced. So we are now just organisationally, as I say, bringing that mechanism into place where we can drive utility from the workforce plan, look at the demand product that Tom and his team are supplying up to us, look at the transformation activity that's going on, and then make some very strategic decisions about where we need to invest in terms of capacity creation and resource movement across the organisation.
Okay, thanks for that, Fiona. Pat, you wanted to come back?
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, Bob, I forgot to touch on the SEPA investigation, and you're quite right to point that out. That's a significant investigation which we're still heavily involved in with our partners, and what we are seeing is an increase in such cyber attacks and ransomware attacks across the UK. And again, it's this really has to be that looking at that evolving multifaceted threat, and it does require that kind of multi-agency collaborative response to it. So we deal with these things. There's a further investigation ongoing just now in Scotland. So it's a National Cyber Security Centre. It's about the National Crime Agency's role in this as well as Scottish Government resilience in the cyber arena. So again, a lot of partnership collaborative working ongoing around about the preventative and the target hardening of it in particular, but it's certainly something that we've seen an increase, and I would imagine we will continue to see an increase as we move forward with this.
Okay, thanks for that. Bob, does that cover all the issues that you wanted to raise?
It does, Chair, thank you.
Okay, thanks. I mean, I have a few questions. I'll ask them maybe one at a time because I think the answers might be quite long and I could get lost in amongst it. The first one relates to the kind of long-term increase that you're recognising in relation to domestic abuse, but a short-term or a kind of what appears at least to be a pandemic-related decrease. Now, again, I suspect that isn't a decrease in real terms, but a decrease in reporting. And well, I first of all just want to check whether that's the correct inference. And secondly, if that's correct, are there any kind of additional activities or partner-related work that you may be doing to make sure that we increase or maximise the support to people who might be particularly vulnerable given the lockdown situation?
Thanks, Chair. I may, if I can, ask ACC MacDonald from sort of local policing perspective, just to give us a bit of an overview of the domestic abuse position, if I may, Kenny.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Chair. Our assessment, Chair, would be the same as yours. So the belief that domestic abuse continues to be underreported in general is absolutely where we stand. The fact that we have significant COVID restrictions at the moment, I think, and we assess, has an impact on the overall level of reporting. So yes, there's an area of underreporting here. There's a need for us to maintain confidence of victims through the criminal justice system, which is also stalled significantly at different points through the pandemic, and therefore liaison with domestic abuse voluntary agencies, with victim support, to encourage reporting, to look at alternative means of reporting through online opportunities is something that is actively being pursued, because the traditional method of reporting is less available to victims. So that work is ongoing. I can only agree with you. I think that when restrictions ease, we would expect to see that number change and change to an increase rather than a decrease.
That's right. Okay, thanks very much for that. It's just that I'm hugely conscious of the invisibility, a lot of the harm that's related to this, and kind of concerned that everybody is doing everything that they can in terms of supporting people who, as I say, who will be particularly vulnerable, even more so now than under more normal circumstances, if that's a way to describe it. So thank you for that. My other question was around the drug-related deaths, and I think that we can all see that the figures for Scotland show a really concerning number of drug-related deaths. But I also note from the report a lot of work going on, particularly kind of partnership work in relation to that, to trying to tackle that, and lots of different strands. And given the complexity of all of that, I'm not suggesting that we can necessarily explore it now, but I wonder whether it might be possible to have a report to maybe a future committee that actually sets out in a bit more detail, not just the work that's going on, but the process for evaluating its effectiveness and the impact that all of that effort and energy is having on trying to reduce that number and support people again who are really vulnerable. So a part question, but part suggestion that we might have something a bit more detailed at another meeting.
Chair, thank you. I think Tom wanted to come in the first instance, and I might pick up after Tom has Tom's contributed.
Yeah, thanks, Deb. Chair, it's maybe the point you're going to make, Fiona, but I think it would benefit from us bringing a more detailed report back in. There's such a lot of activity going on through the work of the task force and the work that Police Scotland itself is leading, naloxone and so forth. So I think it would benefit from that, but we've attempted to give a flavour within this Q3 report of some of the activity that's underway, and equally drawing attention to the Scottish Government data that I mentioned in my introductory remarks, which remains really concerning.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, that would be really helpful. Pat, you wanted to come in?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just to further on from that was we are doing a lot of work with our partners in respect of of synthetic drugs within communities just now, which when you look at toxicology in respect of the drug death numbers, that's a contributory factor to a great majority of the deaths. Over 80% of the deaths have some aspect of synthetic drug misuse. So again, we're looking at some of the aspects with some of the medicine boards, and also right about the ability for these mass pill press productions that are thereafter distributed into communities in Scotland, and it causes that significant harm. So again, a further refocus into some of the contributory factors to these high drug death numbers just now.
Okay, thanks for that. And really, I suppose my last question relates to the detection in terms of drug crime, and how there was quite a significant reduction, and then progress back towards a much improved detection rate. And just to clarify whether you think that was related specifically to issues to do with pandemic. Not necessarily in relation to the actual lockdown, but to the resource prioritisation that Police Scotland had, and other activity that Police Scotland had to focus on. And if that's the case, whether you're anticipating further improvement back to that much higher detection rate in the future.
Pat, I wonder if I could ask you to pick that up. I'm very conscious there's an incredible amount of work going on at the moment around the more serious end. The much more serious end of the importation and distribution of controlled drugs.
Yeah, thanks, DCC. Yeah, Chair, there's a significant amount of work ongoing, particularly about serious and organised crime and how that's evolved, and the agility of the groups as a result of the pandemic to reshape their business model. Now, this was discussed at length recently at the Scottish Government Organised Crime Task Force chaired by the CABSEC, whereby we produced that documentation and that paperwork about what that change in shape was. We've had some recent success, which was in the press about Operation Venetic and some of the aspects that some of our organised crime groups are moving to in respect of mobile devices and how they communicate, and some of the significant success we've had around that. So there is a continued focus around the sale and supply and control of controlled drugs within the force. I would anticipate the numbers will steadily increase as we move out of the lockdown. However, there is still that capability and capacity. We've not reduced that in any way in respect of how we impact on organised crime in Scotland. You've probably seen in the press coverage over the weekend one of the highest ever recoveries of controlled drugs, over £3.5 million recovered within the west of Scotland. So as I say, that focus and direction around that executive action into some of the harm caused by drugs within the communities, we've not lost any focus at all in respect to
that. Thanks very much, Pat. That's really helpful. Those really were my questions on the report. I did have a question relating to the public confidence, but I think, Tom, in your introduction, you kind of covered a lot of the detail around that. So I think that was really helpful. And it will be interesting to see how that work develops and the impact that knowing how and why and what people feel in relation to their engagement with Police Scotland leads you to in terms of any changes to approach or different things that you might do, and then subsequently any potential positive impact on that. So it will be really interesting to see how that moves forward. And I think all of the work that you're doing is a real opportunity to get a much better understanding of what people how people experience Police Scotland and what the issues are. So I do think that is a hugely valuable piece of work. So those were my questions. I'm conscious that Councillor Parry is hoping to join us at 11, but I was wondering whether Mike Callaghan from COSLA, did you have anything that you wanted to raise in relation to the performance report, just given that Councillor Parry is not with us just at the moment?
Not at this point, Chair.
Okay, that's great. All right, well, thanks very much for that. Really appreciative of all of the work that's going on and of the really kind of easy and accessible way that the report gives us to understand what's happening and to provide us an opportunity to ask these more detailed questions, which I think is hugely helpful. So could we move on then to the 2.2, which is the Policing Performance Framework Review. Tom, I'm assuming that's you. Would that be right?
Yeah, I'm happy to make a few introductory remarks, Michelle, if that's okay. The intention was that Claire and Alison would speak to this. Okay. Claire, sitting on your own side within the authority, and Alison is the lead for Police Scotland. But it's essentially, as per last year, once the annual police plan is agreed, and we'll come on to speak a bit more about that shortly, we obviously need a supporting performance framework. And I think that's the opportunity we have to kick the tires and check that actually this is working for everybody and allows you to be assured and hold us to account successfully. And I think there are, the audit that I referred to earlier has given us a few pointers about how we can significantly improve that, and it aligned to feedback that we'd heard from this committee, for example, around the quality of half-yearly reporting. So that I expect it to still be a feature. I think it's the best way for us to show really clear line of sight between progress and commitments within the plan. But equally, we need to make that as accessible as I'm hearing from yourself and Bob. The current quarterly reporting has become. So it's work in progress, but it's work being done between the authority and the service. And I'd maybe just pass across to Claire, maybe in the first instance, just to describe that work and what progress has been made.
Yeah, thanks, Claire.
Thanks, Tom. So myself and Alison, just as this is a joint paper, Alison's going to be discussing the work with the performance framework, and I've agreed to just highlight some of the work of the benchmarking framework. So the paper itself, the second half of the paper, it provides a brief overview of progress to date in terms of the development of the benchmarking framework. So just a brief overview, following agreement at the Short Life Working Group in December 2020, it was identified that the benchmarking practitioner group was required, so this was established. The BPG is chaired by Police Scotland and has representation from SPA. We've obviously realised that there's been demonstrable benefits in the past of us working collaboratively on products, and we're continuing to do that with the benchmarking framework. We also anticipate that as the work develops with the benchmarking framework, that we'll look to liaise with colleagues in Scottish Government and HMICS just to draw on their experience in terms of developing any benchmarking framework metrics. So the first meeting of the BPG, as the paper describes, two main aims were agreed, which aligned to the previous discussion around a slow and steady build of what we want to be a credible and viable benchmarking framework between Police Scotland and SPA. So the two aims that the BPG discussed was, firstly, that we will look to develop a small number of introductory metrics that will be reported on in the 21-22 annual reporting accounts. And secondly, coinciding with the introductory metrics, a benchmarking framework in itself will be developed, incorporated into the 22-23 performance framework. So the BPG are proposing that the introductory metrics focus on best value and continuous improvement, and will be focusing on the enabler strategies such as fleet, estates and environmental, and also tapping into finance as well. So it's just for noting, I suppose, as well, that when the layers of the performance framework that we're reporting on just now were originally built, it was always the intention that we consider benchmarking in this area first, given that benchmarking is highlighted quite significantly in a number of the strategies, and also that the data currently exists as well. So it makes sense for us to be pulling that forward as an introduction to benchmarking. At the most recent meeting of the BPG, which was just last week, Police Scotland colleagues confirmed that they were currently assessing the availability of the data, and then this is going to be tabled with the BPG for consideration and review. So the PPG in itself has a calendar of activity. We've got quite a long calendar of activity scheduled out. Like I said, we want this to be a credible and viable benchmarking framework. We need to calendar in internal governance, etc., and obviously coming back to PPC as well to share our findings. But ultimately, we want to be reporting back into the Short Life Working Group on July 2020 with some proposed introductory metrics. So that's just an overview in terms of the work to date for the benchmarking. Happy to take on board any comments or questions.
Okay, thanks very much for that. I have a question, and I apologise in advance. It might be a naive question, or it may just be that I'm not aware of all of the background. But when you talk about the benchmarking framework, is it, what are the parameters in terms of with whom or with which organisations, the benchmarking will take place? So does it? Well, so I'll leave that question at that and maybe ask a supplementary one depending on your answer. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, that's obviously one of the most significant parts of work within the development of the framework itself. So some of what we would deem the more kind of corporate benchmarks that you see in the enabler strategies will refer to a UK benchmark. So that may be something that we look into first, just referring to UK benchmark. There are some legalities as well around maybe the publication of CIPFA data. Can we actually include forces within the UK in our reporting? So we'd also be looking to make sure we get a credible and viable family that we'd look to be reporting on. But all of that's been explored. But first and foremost, it's seen what data do we actually have. But yes, it's one of the most important parts. Yes, we can have the data, we're only as good as the data we've got, but if we don't have direct comparisons, it's not credible benchmarking.
Okay, thanks for that. Bob, you wanted to come in.
Thanks, Chair. It really 2 points. The first is the benchmarking. I think, again, over the life of performance reporting in my time on the authority, we really have been desperately keen to get a benchmarking input. I think it's great where you are, and the work that's led to the position I think is really good. It would be good probably to look at what there've got to be some quick wins here somewhere that we can actually identify some things where the data and other is equivalent, and just build on that. I think the danger is trying to go for what will be almost a complete benchmarking strategy, which is going to be further down the track. I think from the authority, we're prepared to see some 80-20 decisions made to at least give an indicator in terms of benchmarking, recognizing that there are always going to be differences. I mean, if you look at the family of forces approach that's taken place in England and Wales, they're very strange families, but at least they give you something. So I think, let's go for something that won't be perfection to start with, but at least gives us an idea of the functionality. My second point, and it comes back to the previous discussion, to me, the set of indicators we are most lacking is around the cyber online. And I know it's difficult, but I think, again, we just need to focus on that, because the worry is the better we get at everything else, if we're missing that sector out, we could just be getting the whole strategy out of balance by those metrics not being in place. But other than that, I welcome the work that's gone on. I think it's going in the right direction. Those have been my only observations, Chair.
Okay, thanks for that. Thanks for that, Bob. Was there any more input? Tom?
Chair, thank you. Could I maybe ask Alison Shepherd just to give us an overview of the wider refresh of the performance framework and some of the work that's going on in partnership around that?
Yeah, that would be really helpful. Thanks, Alison.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Chair. So it's really an assurance that for yourselves that Police Scotland are progressing the performance framework refresh, and we're on schedule to complete within the agreed timelines. And we're continuing to, with our approach to the outcomes focused areas of performance, and we're striving in our performance reporting to demonstrate how we're progressing towards our 5 strategic outcomes. So the current framework is out to business areas for consideration at the moment, and we're in consultation with those areas where performance measures can be developed further. So we've also taken early steps to engage with our SPA colleagues to set up a consultation around the performance framework refresh for 21-22. And alongside the developments of the measures in the framework, we're considering the recommendations made in the internal audit on performance reporting. So a number of areas of good practice are observed in Police Scotland and SPA's procedures and clearly defined in the reporting structure. So where recommendations were highlighted, it's showing that these areas of improvement have previously been noted by ourselves, and formal engagement of them are welcomed. So Police Scotland will be looking to address these areas with SPA colleagues to strengthen the performance framework going forward. So that's really sort of an overview. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Alison. We've all said, we've all recognised the very significant progress that's been made, to get us to where we are. But it's also really encouraging that there's work ongoing to, in terms of continuous improvement, so that can be honed and just continue to be relevant and to adapt. Who knows what happens in the future and how we might need to adapt. So the fact that work is ongoing, I think, is very welcome. So thanks very much for that. If there aren't any other questions on that, can we move on then to item 3, which is the annual police plan? And we have a report here. I should just say, just for the benefit of the kind of public element of this, is that members of the authority have had a copy of the draft plan, but it isn't a public document because it is still in progress. So we have had an opportunity to comment on it, but it won't be published until it is finalised, and then people will be able to see it. So that's why it's not in amongst the papers. But beyond that, Tom.
Yes.
You're going to present your report. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much. Really just to give an update to this committee in public about the progress that we're making. The Section 35 commitment in the Act, expectation is obviously that the Chief Constable produces an annual police plan. And in response, if you like, to the discussions that took place a year ago, we were very conscious that we wanted SPA to be part of this process, to give you the opportunity to feed in, and we've had really good engagement from yourselves and your officers, so we're grateful for that. And we've taken a real steer from some of the feedback that you've given us. I think in terms of the chronology, the process, tomorrow I'll be presenting this to the Strategic Leadership Board. We're working to finalise the detail over it's literally in terms of design of what the product looks like. We're doing that over the next week, and the intention is that we present it for noting to the meeting of the full authority at the end of this month. And if you're satisfied that your points have been taken account of, and essentially the Chief will then progress with his plan and we'll submit it to Parliament in time for the 1st of April. And that, again, will then drive the development of the performance framework that's to follow. To give the members some reassurance, there are plans that sit underneath this document. I realise this is difficult because we're not presenting the document here, so I'm referring to something that has been seen in private. But it's strategic in nature, and there are detailed business plans for each DCC and DCO portfolio that sit underneath this about how each of the commitments within the annual police plan will be fulfilled. And again, we'll be happy to talk to this committee about the detail that's in there, but I think hopefully members will agree we've made good progress this year in terms of engagement, and I hope you can see when we do come to speak about it your influence in the final document. So thank you.
Thanks for that, Tom. And yeah, I do appreciate that it is difficult when we don't have the paper in front of us. But we've had an opportunity to comment, but also we've got an opportunity to meet separately to have further discussion. And I think that has been hugely helpful, and I really appreciate that engagement. So I think that's a really positive. Can I just welcome? I think Councillor Parry has joined us. So welcome, Councillor. Can I just open it up to members, Bob, if there's any questions you had or comments you wanted to make?
Thank you, Chair. No, I don't think so. I recognise the process is in train, and we, as the Chair said, have given quite detailed comments into Police Scotland for this, and I will be, for one, very interested to see the next draft.
Okay, thanks for that, and thanks for that, everyone. Fiona, I think your item 4, update on the findings of the Your Safety Matters Diamond Group. Again, just as an initial comment from me, the amount of work and the detail and the analysis that is going into to what you're doing is really impressive, because what it allows you is to start to get under the skin of the whys and the hows and the what to do about it. And I think that really comes through in your report. So I appreciate that and appreciate the work that's going on, but happy to hear what you have to say in terms of more detail.
Thanks, Chair. And I should say right at the outset, very, very grateful to the work of Tom's team. The APU has done an incredible amount of work in enhancing our understanding of what the data is telling us around assaults on officers and members of police staff. And equally, very grateful to Kenny MacDonald, who's actually doing an awful lot of the heavy lifting in terms of Your Safety Matters as well, Chair. So we'll probably ask Kenny with your agreement to come in at some point. So the report is very detailed. I don't want to go through all of the detail this morning, although clearly happy to take any questions on any of it. What I hope the report does, though, clearly identify to members is that organisationally we take assaults on police officers and members of police staff incredibly seriously. That starts right at the top of the organisation. Members will see from the report that one of the Chief Constable's commitments this year was the implementation of an assault pledge, which we now have within Police Scotland, and it's accompanied by guidance for police managers and leaders around how to support their officers and staff in the unfortunate event that they are assaulted. So commitment right from the top of the organisation. Very, very grateful for support from the Lord Advocate and the CABSEC for Justice as well, in terms of supporting the inception of the pledge. The work which is being done is, in terms of the analytical work which is being done, is now giving us a really, really good, really clear qualitative and quantitative understanding of where, when, how, by whom, and the likelihood of officers and staff being assaulted. You'll see, for example, just pulling one of the metrics out from paragraph 2.3, vast majority of police staff occur within police premises. Absolutely understandable, you might think, because of the sort of custody, the custody provision within Police Scotland, predominantly supported by members of police staff. So that allows us then to target activity into custody suites, both in terms of the safety training that our custody officers are provided with, but also very obvious, and one of the kind of key strands of your safety matters at the moment is a very overt, ongoing and dedicated communication campaign, which we hope will do a number of things. It will keep their own safety at the front of our officers and members of staff mind. It will make it very clear to members of the public, whether they're in custody or elsewhere, that assaulting or offending against our officers is entirely unacceptable, and will be met with the relevant criminal justice sanction if that is appropriate. And also some of the external communication that we're doing as well at the moment, particularly over, and we talked earlier about anticipation of crime trends, particularly from my perspective over the Christmas period, was just to try to get out to the public at large that if you assault or offend against a police officer or a member of police staff, in effect you are offending against a member of your own extended family, because all of our officers and staff are drawn from society in Scotland. So significant comms and engagement effort, along with our understanding of what the data is telling us. We want to go further in terms of that understanding. We've been working for a while now to try to get some academic research, bespoke academic research into Police Scotland to look specifically at officer and police staff assaults. COVID has delayed the implementation of that particular initiative, but we are still moving forward to bring bespoke researcher into the organisation. What our analysis of the data has enabled us to do is to feed back our findings into our officer safety training programme. We again really, I think, uprated, enhanced that officer safety training programme from 1 day to 2 days to enable it to also contain more hands-on emergency life-saving sort of training for colleagues. Because of COVID, because of the issues with the pandemic and various issues around the training programme more generally, we had to pause the officer safety training programme. But we are now in a place where we are going to start to roll that back out. So I am very optimistic that because of the content and the quality of that new training programme, that will have an effect on enhancing the safety of colleagues. I've mentioned, and I make no excuse for mentioning, on as many occasions as I possibly can, this isn't just about police officers. This programme of work is also about ensuring that we provide our police staff colleagues with as much support as we can. And to that end, members will see that there is a bespoke initiative which has been rolled out along with colleagues in C3 to ensure that forensic science colleagues, scene examiners and the like have a bespoke, if you like, force overview, which is solely dedicated to ensuring that they are being able to carry out their duties with the organisation fully aware of where they are and what they're doing. Kenny's doing a pile of work, as I say, with the Crown Office. I'll maybe ask Kenny just to come in on some of those initiatives shortly. But this is, from our perspective, really I'm just, incredibly grateful for colleagues in Crown and for their taking the matter of assaults on officers and police staff incredibly seriously. What I would say, one of the strands that we have recently introduced into the Your Safety Matters programme is, the really disgraceful issue of assaults on colleagues based on their ethnicity or based on sexual orientation or whatever. So any kind of discriminatory offending against colleagues is now also under the purview of Your Safety Matters, and again has been raised as a really significant issue for us with Crown. Now, it's all right having all of this information, really enhanced information at the centre of the organisation, but the whole point for me is we need to get it out into divisions, onto departments, and to actually enable colleagues, frontline colleagues, to utilise the information that we are gathering to make tactical decisions locally, which will support local leaders and managers in supporting their staff. To that end, we have created a Power BI dashboard, which looks at every division and every subdivision across the organisation quantitatively in terms of the numbers of assaults on colleagues across Police Scotland, but we also have a qualitative angle to that, which is more of a health and safety based dashboard, which looks at the type of assault and the implications for officers from those assaults in terms of having to take time off. So these dashboards are now available to a newly created Your Safety Matters champion network, and we anticipate we'll bring those champions together on a reasonably regular basis, and the anticipation is that they drive utility from those dashboards to make decisions locally and to drill down into events or incidents locally that have resulted in officers being injured in order to understand what the preventative measures they need to take are in order to ideally, policing is a very dynamic and often very dangerous, often very dangerous way of making a living, but that detail is now there for senior colleagues on divisions and departments to understand what the trends are within their part of the business, and our anticipation is that they use that data on an ongoing basis. We're also clearly working with colleagues in Gary Ritchie's part of the business, longer term, sort of slower activity to understand some of the societal levers, some of the societal issues that cause assaults on officers. So there's that piece of outward focused activity ongoing as well. And finally, Chair, the last thing for me, and I guess it resonates a little bit with the benchmarking conversation that we had previously. We are working alongside National Police Chiefs Council and their Operation Hampshire, just again so that we understand good practice elsewhere in the country. We can import any of that good practice that's relevant to Police Scotland, but equally I'm very much of the opinion that we should also be net exporters of good practice, and indeed we've got a very positive relationship now ongoing with NPCC. So, Chair, I will pause there. I may, if you are amenable, ask Kenny just to talk to some of the Crown and the criminal justice initiatives that are ongoing at the moment, but equally, as I say, very happy just to pause there if you wish and invite questions.
Thanks for that, Fiona. I mean, I'm happy for us to hear from Kenny first, and then we can pick up any questions after that. I have a couple of questions occur to me from what you've said, but happy to hear from Kenny first, as he might answer some of those. So thanks.
Thanks, Deb. Thanks, Chair. There's little I can add to what the DEP has given a very fulsome overview of the activity and the importance of it. One of the key things that we understand internally within the organisation is the confidence of our people in terms of the wider criminal justice process, and the belief in some areas that if they are assaulted, that would be the subject of some plea bargain at a later trial or a later point in proceedings. We have had unequivocal support from the Lord Advocate, the Crown Agent, in terms of their support and how strongly they feel about the fact that officers are subject of assault, that staff members are subject of assault and abuse, and the fact that they take these matters exceptionally seriously. And communicating that back to our staff is actually a a key strand of what we want to achieve. But Crown have gone further than that, and we're working with them to introduce a victim impact statement so that it's really clear to the court the impact that any form of violence has had both on the officer, their team, and indeed sometimes their family. And I think that's really important, that the court truly understands the impact that such actions are having on individual officers and indeed their families. The only other point I would add, Chair, just for your information, is the recent introduction of restitution orders, which has come in, which gives the presiding sheriff the opportunity to make an award, often to the Police Benevolent Fund rather than direct to the officer, but is a new piece of legislation that has a bearing in this area. But most of the activity, as the DEP has covered, it's very much about taking that really strong analysis and applying that in a really practical way, really getting into the so what does that tell us, and making real changes that we hope will provide a greater level of support to our officers, and tackle what is totally unacceptable in a modern and progressive society to have this level of violence displayed towards officers and staff. Thank you.
Thanks, Kenny, and thanks, Fiona. And as I say, I think the detail of the work that you're doing is really impressive. You can't really tackle something effectively if you don't understand all of the reasoning and the data behind it. So I think that's hugely welcome, and absolutely underscore your the comments around the unacceptability and how seriously we need to take all of that. I suppose just briefly, so two questions. One relates to whether all of your activity to date has yet had an impact that you can see in terms of a reduction. And I appreciate that we might be at too early a stage for that, but just to get a sense of that. And then the second one relates to benchmarking. And I absolutely get, Fiona, what you're saying around the ambition to be the net exporters of good practice, but also the commitment to consider what other forces may be doing or other similar organisations might be doing. But my question relates more to, given the development of the benchmarking framework, whether this would be one of the strands within that framework and whether that would be useful to you or not. So a genuine question rather than a suggestion. So if I pause there, and then I'll invite Bob to come in with any questions he may have, if that's okay.
Thanks, Michelle. In terms of your first question around are we actually now starting to see some sort of tangible, if you like, return on the activity that we're carrying on, colleagues will have noted from the Q3 report that we have seen a slight drop in assaults on officers and police staff in Q3. However, I think I would very much caveat that by saying it is early days. We've cast out through Tom's team for some further sort of analytical work to be carried out to help us to understand whether that is just a blip or the start of a very welcome trend. What I would say as well at the moment, though, Michelle, is that because we are still in a kind of COVID environment, and because of the way C3 at the moment is triaging and deploying officers to calls, very often our officers are going to calls where there is a disturbance in progress or where we believe there is a house party ongoing. They are going, if you like, they are being deployed, if you like, to the higher tariff calls. So there is almost my anticipation at the moment is that whilst we are still working through the COVID pandemic, we are not necessarily likely to see a significant drop off in assaults against officers. But as I say, just want to have that further piece of analytical work done. The other key element of activity for me is getting that officer safety training restarted. Now, again, mentioned at the start of the committee this morning about us projecting forward through what is going to be an incredibly busy year for us operationally, culminating in COP26 in November. Really key that we have our officers fully trained and retrained by the time we get into November, but equally just that reminder, that reskilling, that upskilling in officer safety training techniques, I very much hope, Michelle, will start actually to yield some positive benefits for us. And in terms of reporting back, then clearly we will be reporting back through the performance framework, but happy to bring something back in 6 months' time, which may have given us the opportunity to have a clearer understanding of the direction of travel. To your second point around benchmarking and around potential alignment of YSM benchmarking with the work that Claire and Alison and Tom and the team are carrying out. We are at the early stages of liaison with NPCC colleagues at the moment. I certainly have absolutely no issues at all in principle around bringing some of the YSM sort of specific benchmarking into that broader piece of work. In fact, I'd welcome that.
Fiona, thanks very much. I think that's really helpful. Bob, did you want to come in?
Thanks, Chair. I only have one quick question, which is in relation to the SEPA academic research. Clearly, this is a hugely important issue, and the authority have significant concerns over the range of assaults against all staff within the criminal justice sector, particularly all those in Police Scotland. Have we got any time scales? Is this likely to be a short-term piece of work, or are we looking at a longitudinal piece here?
Bob, I know Tom wants to come in, and I'll ask him to do that in a second. But if I may, and Tom will no doubt by now be very, very fed up with me saying this, this has to be something which delivers practical results for us. Obviously, well evidenced, academically rigorous sort of evidence. But I'm very much. I don't want somebody coming in and doing a PhD and in 5 years' time, telling us, what would have been great if we'd known in, September 2021. So much more practically focused. But I'll bring Tom in, if I may, Bob.
Yeah, thanks, Tom.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Bob. This was discussed at the recent CYPR Executive Committee, and we're trying to achieve exactly what the DEP describes, which is a practical piece of work. I don't expect it to take a huge amount of time, but now that we've got such a significant amount of data, we think that with some relatively limited field work, actually we can probably pull together some useful material that will be operationally practically useful. Can I maybe ask Kirsty Louise Campbell, who is the lead for academic engagement and has been talking to CYPR about this piece of work, to just give an update to the committee, if that's okay, Chair?
Yes, please. Thanks, Kirsty Louise.
Thank you. We have CYPR support for a full evidence review over a short period of time, so we're looking to have an academic paper with us in early summer. We would hope that sets out the different parameters in terms of drivers and the initiatives that we can pick up on from other services to support colleagues across the service. We're going to combine that with the quantitative work that's been done and all the qualitative work with our own officers to bring a kind of full holistic package together. So just to reassure you, that is out for tender just now with academics. It's fully supported by CYPR, and it will be with us as a shorter term deep dive piece in the coming months, and we'll be happy to share that with you in due course. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirsty Louise. But Bob, does that cover the points you wanted?
It does, and I'm pleased with the answers. Thank you.
Okay. Was there any other kind of question or comment on that? No. Okay. So again, thanks very much. Really, really important piece of work, and it's really good to see the detail of the process. So thanks for that, Fiona, and your colleagues. I'm going to propose we just take a 5-minute comfort break before we move on to item 5, the technology in policing. So I suggest you put your cameras off and your microphones on mute, and we'll be back at 11:27. I think hopefully that's everybody back. So welcome back, everyone. We move on to item 5, which is technology and policing. I think that's you. What do you want to go out?
This is a report what's brought in terms of update on progress in the state. The report outlines the benefits the body worn video will bring. It talks about the imperative based on National Chief Council recommendations and what type of those. But I think it's clearly very important that there wasn't that advice, and we would wish to improve our offer so that we are compliant with that recommendation. We also have Damelish's independent review of complaints handling. I think body-worn video in general increases the overall accountability of officers, and particularly in key incidents of high risk where you are deploying firearms, then there is that much higher level of scrutiny that comes. The paper covers the proposed timeline, talks also about how it potentially would link in future with the digital evidence sharing capability to allow any evidence to be shared more efficiently with the wider criminal justice system. I think importantly, what it calls out is that we would undertake an engagement survey, which was done on Citizen Space. It started on the 1st of February, ran for 3 weeks through to the 24th. But equally that we would be very cognizant of the ethics, equality, impact and data privacy issues that come with body-worn video, that we would complete an EQHRIA, we would complete the DPIA, the Data Protection Impact Assessment, we would complete a code of practice, have clear standard operating procedures and policies, and completion of standardised training for usage. I think there are clear benefits to the introduction of body-worn video, and it talks just within the paper about our initial progress. Since the submission of that paper, Chair, I can advise that 8,835 individual responses from a range of geographic and demographic communities across Scotland have responded to that survey, which I think is a fantastic response, and I think shows that this is a matter which is of significant public interest, and therefore is exactly the kind of initiative where Police Scotland should enter this jointly with the Scottish Police Authority. 72% of respondents felt that it would make them much or slightly safer. 90% of respondents felt it should always be used or often used. And I think importantly, 79% of respondents felt that it would increase their trust in Police Scotland, and 78% felt that body-worn video would increase their overall confidence in policing. So increased trust, increased confidence. We also, following the board meeting in January, sought to undertake an evaluation of the deployment of body-worn video within Aberdeenshire, which is the only significant location that we currently have body-worn video, and it's been there since 2010. The early indications of that evaluation are unsurprisingly exceptionally positive, particularly from the wider criminal justice system, who actually said that it was a game changer. Our progress to date has been positive. We are hoping very much to keep to the very ambitious timelines that we have. I think our desire is to progress with body-worn video in a joint manner with the police authority, and I'm working with officials to develop a joint statement of ambition, which we would hope we could agree with the police authority, and that is ongoing work. But clearly a matter of public interest, one which I think is important to give the support and confidence to armed police officers, and we do that as quickly as possible. And happy to take any questions that you or other members may have. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Kenny. I think that's really helpful, and I think the report is really positive, and particularly in terms of the process that I think you've undertaken, which is particularly welcome. You know, the detail and the thoroughness of it. So, I mean, I have a couple of questions, but I'd just like to open it up first and see. Bob, did you want to come in?
Thanks, Chair. It's probably more of a couple of observations. I'm wholly supportive of this approach. I'm a big fan of body-worn videos, and I think the evidence from elsewhere, as Kenny said, is pretty compelling in terms of the advantages they have. I note that there may have to be a discrete storage facility because there won't be the opportunity of having a strategic storage facility by the time of COP26, and I understand that. What I would say is, I think the technology in terms of analytics of storage has moved on significantly in this space. So what I would urge is, when you are thinking about the strategic storage solution, this gives you an enormous amount of possibility to analyze what you're looking and look for some trends there. But at the same time, there's a real need, as with all this type of emerging technology, to make sure that the communication strategy and the consultation strategy is in place so people understand why things are being done and what happens to the product of body-worn videos. The more you store, the more data that you have, and the more potentially intrusive it can be perceived. And having that designed in at the start, which is you're in a good place. A lot of people have been through this. The technology is pretty mature, gives you some good opportunities to actually leverage what other people have done.
Thanks for that, Bob. Sorry, Kenny, you wanted to come back?
Just to very much agree with what Bob's saying. As an opportunity to learn, storage is something that we do need to consider. The work is underway at the moment to define exactly what our requirements are. And there is full support of our ICT colleagues in terms of determining what is the best solution that we can have within the timescales that we have available to us. I think the issue of how does one access body-worn video is something that we know about from our use in A Division, and there's a process already in place for that. It's important that people understand when the camera is on, when it's not. There is good practice we can find from elsewhere within the UK, I think, as Bob rightly calls out, and we intend to do all of that to make sure that it's as clear and transparent as possible. Because whilst it does support the officers, it also protects the public and increases their accountability. So, you know, thankful for Bob's support overall, and I think he made some good points.
Okay, thanks for that, Kenny. Yeah, I mean, I do think it's really important that I mean, you've clearly already thought through all the different parts of the process in terms of the code of practice and all of the things that you would want to do. And I appreciate also that you're still working through that. But I think it would be really valuable, to make sure that that is as publicly transparent as possible, so that people have a real understanding of what you do, why you do it, how you do it, and all of those kind of related issues. So I think that's really helpful. So my first question is just around the two projects, so the armed policing and then the kind of more general policing, and just to check, really, my assumption that's because it's not because there is a less intention in relation to the wider police service, but just the timing around COP26. Would that be correct, or is there a separate issue which is, this is something that we definitely need to do in relation to armed policing, but only maybe think about doing in relation to the rest of the population, as it were? So I'm just not 100% clear on that distinction.
I think within the armed policing sphere, there is an imperative to introduce body-worn video, given the level of risk, given the recommendations that we have seen in relation to armed policing within the UK. We are now the only force within the UK that doesn't have body-worn video for armed policing. And the Chief Constable, I think, rightly says that that's not a sustainable risk anymore, so we need to get that in quickly, and particularly in advance of COP26. I think in terms of the wider intent that is within the DDICT strategy, the Chief Constable has said for some time that he would wish to see body-worn video introduced into policing in Scotland. However, I think that it's right and proper that we consult on the introduction of a wider rollout of body-worn video. And I think it's right and proper that we do that with the authority. And that is really the work that is underway just now, Chair, to discuss with officials that joint statement of intent and that joint approach that I think we'll see as I would expect to go out and consult. We also made a commitment to Justice Committee back in 2017, where we said that if we were to extend body-worn video, that we would consult on that publicly, and I think we would intend to maintain that commitment, despite the clearly very significant support that we've seen from the initial engagement survey that we've undertaken in respect of armed policing.
Thanks, Kenny. That's really helpful, and I think that statement of intention is really positive, and I think it does link back to some of the other things that we've discussed today as well, around public confidence, etc. Just the process, irrespective of the outcome, almost, which is absolutely critical and particularly welcome. So my other question, and I think that the answer to this will partly lie in the code of practice, and I certainly welcome the engagement that you're proposing, and that indeed is already underway with the police authority in terms of that statement of intent and the code of practice, which I would hope that we would see here. But it's around, in particular, the use of the word editing in the report. And so it just kind of leapt off the page at me a little bit, I suppose. Given that potentially you could read that as editing in some way, as opposed, and I'm not. I just thought I'd give you the opportunity to say a little bit more about what's meant by the word editing, given the potential for possibly raising some alarm in relation to that word.
Yeah, the facility to edit is important to allow only the evidential or the evidentially important information to be retained. So it goes to Bob's point earlier about the level of storage that you require and the costs that come with that, and actually the data protection implications of holding information that we don't have a valid policing purpose for. So, we would, in all likelihood, hold information for 31 days But actually what's important to the fiscal is in any incident might only be 10 seconds, 30 seconds of a particular incident. So it's about the ability to only retain for any period of time that the important information that provides evidential value. And given the amount of time that officers will have body-worn video turned on, it's important that we don't then retain information for longer than is absolutely necessary.
Thanks for that, Kenny. I think that's a really helpful clarification. And my last question is just about, and again, it possibly comes back to Tom and his colleagues in terms of some of the reporting framework, is the extent to which any metrics will be developed in terms of being able then to gauge the positive impact. Or just, and again, I don't want to suggest you create an industry around this, but just something that would show some kind of, baseline versus this is the impact that this has had, because, in a sense, we're at the beginning of the process and looking at the benefit that other forces or other systems have accrued from using body-worn video, which is fine. But what it doesn't do really is give us a sense of being able to view our own history in relation to that as part of the performance reporting. So I don't know, Tom, if you wanted to come in on that one.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a feature, I think, of the performance framework refresh. We get the benefit as well of the work that Kirsty Louise and the team have done with the survey that Kenny described at the start. I don't know, Kirsty Louise, if you want to say any more about that, but it could be a feature of benchmarking and as a measure, as the survey results suggest, of something that might enhance public confidence. There's something in there as well. But Kirsty, maybe you want to come in just about the survey work and where that might take us?
The survey that we've done is an initial engagement survey, and as ACMC McDonald set out, there was really high levels of support for the use of body-worn video. There's a lot of qualitative information we have there that we're also looking at and analysing that will hopefully add value to the further consideration. There's also some further work ongoing to look at future consultation that could also be part of the considerations going forward. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Kirsty Louise. Was there any other questions or comments from anyone in relation to that? No? If not, thanks very much, Kenny. I think that's been really helpful, really positive development, and we look forward to that ongoing engagement for the development of the two projects. So thanks for that. Okay, can we move on then to item 6? There's a number of different elements of this. What I propose to do is we'll just go through. I don't want to kind of split the meeting halfway through item 6. So we'll if everybody's happy, that we'll take the whole of item 6, all the different elements of it, and then see where we are in terms of timing and whether we need to break for lunch or whether we can just push on and get through the rest of the agenda. But if people are happy, we'll just move through all of item 6 in one go without splitting that. So, okay, so Mark Williams, are you here for the first one, which is the RPAS or drones evaluation?
I am indeed, and hopefully you can hear and see me okay. So good morning to everybody. Yeah, this is clearly not the first time RPAS has been in front of the committee before, and this report, the evaluation in particular, has been brought back following questions around the first draft and the need to add more detail, more information, and get a better overall product. So it comes back today, having previously been discussed with the committee in terms of its content and so on. And as everybody will be aware, over recent months there's been a lot of scrutiny and interest in the evaluation report. It's generated interest at Justice Subcommittee and in other areas of the media, for example, and certainly I know Barry's on the call as well. He and I and Matt Richards gave evidence recently in relation to drones, as well as body-worn video at that time to the Justice Sub. So the papers today bring together that evaluation, but equally there's a covering update paper which has a number of recommendations in it, reference to the noting of the evaluation report itself, the request to note or endorse the resumption of our activities and use of drones, which were paused at about November last year, following discussions with the authority around the extent to which drones were being used over and above the previously minuted agreement at committee some time ago. And equally, in terms of the other recommendations that are there, to note our development of a code of practice, which is quite advanced at this stage, but which is not quite finished. And also, finally, to note the procurement and provision of a downlink capability for drones that give them the same ability as a police helicopter to transmit images to our control rooms for command and control purposes. So I suppose, without rehearsing and going back over all of the history and chronology of drones themselves, what this paper seeks to do is summarise and bring together the current state of play, the context of it, what they have been used for, how often. It gives some breakdown in relation to deployment and activity. I hope provides some reassurance around some of the criteria that are taken into account. Equally, the DPIA and the EEQHRIA are attached as well for information. And of course, the purpose of today is to provide that reassurance around the evaluation report and answer any questions that you might have around the details. So I'll assume that obviously people have seen the report and may have questions, and I'll happily answer them. I am joined by Louise Skelton today and grateful for her presence. She obviously is the Chief Super for Spec Services and has oversight of this, and equally she'll be able to support the next couple of papers as well on the agenda.
You're on mute, Chair.
Sorry, I'm having a bit of lag here, having a bit of trouble unmuting myself. So thanks very much, first of all, for the report. I don't propose either for us to go back over the full history of this. I mean, it's all there. There are links to parliamentary committees and reports and evidence giving, all of which I think is interesting and of value. And if people want to look at that, then that's absolutely fine. I think what we need to do is think about where we are and go forward in terms of making sure that both the authority and the public more generally and government and parliament are comfortable with how this is progressing. And I think that's the most important thing, rather than any rehearsal of what's gone before. Having said that, I think I would just want to bring, and I've got a few questions and thoughts, but I'd like to bring Bob in first, if I may.
Thank you, Chair. I seem to have been around this issue for ages. Mark, it's good to see you, and thanks for the update. I think there is just a little bit of context I think will be helpful, and then I entirely agree with the Chair. I think it's a time to move forward. The limitations on the use of RPAS were not requirements of the SPA. When this was first brought to the SPA Policing Committee, probably, where are we, getting on for 2 years ago, this was going to be very much a staged introduction, and it was Police Scotland's own decision to restrict the usage as that was opened. And of course, we, I think, as the SPA, recognise that operational decisions about the deployment of any of Police Scotland assets are decisions for the Chief Constable. But I think rightly there was a recognition that this is a sensitive area, one with public interest and political interest, as we now know. But I really just wanted to emphasise that the limitations were not ones that we attempted to put on Police Scotland in terms of it. In fact, I think I will speak personally. I think there has always been a compelling case for the use of RPAS in overt deployments, both in an augment to the existing air assets that Police Scotland have and in circumstances where those assets can't be used. I welcome very much the clear process of authorisation that's laid out in the evaluation report that's in front of us, and also the development of codes of practice. I think in hindsight, we could probably have had those earlier, but hindsight's always a great gift. What I would ask, Chair, is that before those codes of practice are finalised, I think it would be very helpful, bearing in mind the context, for members of this committee to have sight and the ability to comment on those codes of practice as part of the development. The only bit I think where I still see perhaps a little bit of clarity remaining is around the issue of covert deployment. And again, I entirely recognise that there may be circumstances, exceptional circumstances, where the Chief Constable decides that the interest of either protection of life are such that the only way that information may be gleaned is through the covert use of an RPAS. But I think we are all seeing that our expectation is that that has to be exceptional. And the one thing that I don't see in the paper, I see a very welcome, clear process of authority for overt deployments. But if you bring in other ways of obtaining covert intelligence, there is an enhanced process of authority required for covert. And I think, bearing in mind what we're all seeing here, is the expectation is that the only time RPAS will be used for covert. I don't think it's unreasonable for the authority to say, well, we would want to see some type of enhanced authority and audit that we're able to actually say, okay, that these really are exceptional circumstances. And that may need to be a chief officer level of authorization or something similar. That to me is the only loose end I think we have in this process, to recognize that this is not the primary purpose of these assets, but we recognize the Chief Constable has that right to make that decision. But there isn't a process outlined in this paper as to what that looks like. That's me, Chair.
Thanks, Bob. Mark, do you want to come back?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. I'm really grateful to Bob for Bob's comments, and I agree with what he says. Probably a couple of points I'd make just in relation to the covert element. As he rightly says, the report makes it clear there is no intention whatsoever to use drones in a covert manner. Bluntly, they can't really be used in a covert manner because of the nature of how you operate them. They can't be further away from a police officer on the ground because of, the actual ability to control them safely, and the CAA regulations which permit that distance to be breached or otherwise. So actually utilising them in any practical way covertly is incredibly difficult and probably pointless, to be honest. But I suppose more importantly, and I suppose this is where I might just not push back, but certainly seek what it is exactly you might be wanting. Covert surveillance is very closely monitored, guarded and legislated for through existing statutory legislation, the RIPSA being obviously the appropriate statutory implement in Scotland. That requires a level of authority, approval, governance, and it is inspected independently and authorised as such. Therefore, there is a very stringent control of any covert surveillance, whatever that may look like and whatever its sensitivity, and it would be no different if it was applied to RPAS or drones and their use as a tactical option in a covert environment. So I'm not sure what, in addition to that, would be appropriate, proportionate or necessary, given that there already is a legislative structure under which we need to operate. So if I might maybe ask if there is something that you want to suggest that would be different, but I do think that would be covered under such terms. And equally, if that gate were ever to be opened, that would be my fallback in terms of the scrutiny, accountability and transparency that would be required. But as I would stress, or as the report stresses, there is absolutely no intention to use drones in a covert manner. And the nature of their use means it's almost impractical to do so. So that's probably my only feedback. I think just quickly, the code of practice as well, absolutely, we will very happily bring that back. The first draft is nearing completion, but very appropriately we'll bring that back and be very interested. And indeed, we want to seek feedback from yourselves in terms of content and its effectiveness.
And if I may clarify, Chair, I don't think there is probably any need for any additional safeguards. What I think we do need to do is when we are talking about things like the code of practice, we need to bring those other safeguards in so that people who are looking at this issue, who may not be aware of the RIPSA authorities and processes are required, can see that in the exceptional circumstance that a covert deployment may be required, and I take the point that may never happen, there are additional safeguards brought in from elsewhere to actually show the higher level of threshold that will be required. I don't think there's a need to design anything new here at all.
Look, very much agree, and you're right. The perception and the management of public perception in particular is critical. So being clear about that and offering that reassurance and clarity is something the code needs to capture. I completely agree, and that's certainly something we'll do.
Thanks very much, Mark. I don't think I have really anything to add or any questions to ask over and above. I think Bob's comments have covered it, but it was just really to reiterate the issue about transparency. So rather than, because I think that if we say, well, this is the only thing we're ever going to use it for, and then there might be a circumstance when absolutely the Chief Constable says, I'm sorry, but we're going to need to use it for this because, and quite rightly so, then there's all the potential for the noise to be, oh, well, you said you wouldn't, and now you've done it, and so on. So I think, to avoid that going forward, the codes of practice that will detail all of that are absolutely so supported by the SPA when we see them, hopefully, and that are then published to the extent that they can be, so that everybody is really clear. And again, rather than say, well, we can't use them covertly, so we won't, make sure that those codes of practice ensure that, because technology changes, and there may come a time when, and in fact they are usable in a covert way, and so there may be exceptional circumstances when you do. And rather than have to rehearse all of that again, I think the fact that we would say we have no intention, however, if it were the case, the RIPSA is the process, the legal process we would follow, and so on, so that there's no dubiety in terms of that public consciousness around how these are operated. And there will be people who are not happy about it, and that's absolutely their right. But there will be clarity in terms of the probity, if you like, and the standards that are applied around the whole system. And I think that's probably a better way to go forward. To make sure those practice cover every eventuality, including the fact that in real terms, you're probably only going to use it for limited purposes, but there are times when you could use it not just for covert purposes, but for other purposes that are supported by that approval process within Police Scotland. And I think that that's a much more transparent way of doing it. And I think the committee would be really interested in contributing in terms of comments and views and thoughts on that code of practice when it comes to us. So thanks very much for that.
No, absolutely, Chair. We will do that. And I think we've learned a lot over the last 4 to 6 months around what was missing and what gaps needed filled. And we completely acknowledge that. So even the independent ethics advisory panel element was really helpful to introduce that. The scrutiny from the Justice Subcommittee and yourselves absolutely appropriately has meant that the development of things like the code of practice are now accelerated and are close to delivery, and rightly so. And I think it will make a big difference moving forward in terms of that reassurance and perception for the public in terms of the use and principles behind it. So that is all work that's very much in progress. and will continue in the next few weeks and months.
Thanks, Mark, and thanks everybody for your input. Are there any other kind of questions that we need to cover or ask ACC Williams? Okay, can we move on then to item 6.2, which is the digital triage evaluation? Who's speaking to this one?
That's myself, Chair, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Go ahead. I think Bob will want to come in, but your hand's gone back down again, Bob. So I'm assuming you'll wait until after the presentation of the report. Yeah, perfect. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so digital triage device or cyber kiosk evaluation. So two aspects of the report was the move to external evaluation of the triage devices, and the second aspect was around the ability to produce management information on a monthly basis in respect of the use of the kiosk, a public-facing document in respect to that. So just a bit about the background to this. 2016, obviously we introduced in the force the digital triage devices, and again, as Mark's indicated, there was significant scrutiny around the introduction of such a device, around about proportionality, about the legality issues around it, and particularly about consent with victims' devices being interrogated as such. So again, the governance, the reference, external reference group around this, and thereafter the introduction with the force into of the kiosks themselves. So the present position just now, the rollout of the kiosks, so 41 kiosks now in operation across Police Scotland. That was completed in August 2020, and they have been used on a daily basis through all local policing divisions. The devices for members' information provide that 24-hour access to review digital devices, which allows investigation to be progressed promptly, and also provides further opportunities for some of these devices, which are crucial to members of the public, to be returned a lot quicker than we did previously. So the two areas which we focused on was around the external review, which was carried out by the Scottish Multi-Agency Resilience Training and Exercise Unit under SMART2. So they commenced the review in September. It was a 6-month review. However, due to mainly the delays through the COVID pandemic and the interview of stakeholders, that was due to be produced in the end of December, beginning of January. However, it was delayed, and we only received the report at the end of February. That report I have just now, however, there is a delay and it's not presented at this forum today, mainly due to the fact that it's not went through the internal force governance at this stage. It's been presented at the Cybercrime Capability Programme Board on Friday, which I chair. The headlines from that report is it's very, very positive in respect of the continued use of the devices across law enforcement within Scotland. There are two main recommendations. One is around that future projects should look at the establishment of a stakeholder reference group, which we're very much aware of, and some of the work we're doing around about the cyber strategy and implementation project and programme does basically indicate that need for some sort of professional reference group around about any ethical considerations that we would look to play out as such. So again, that was one of the recommendations, and the second one was around about the aspect of consent and around about the evaluation of some of the forms that have been completed by the members of the public and any particular feedback. So a review around that whole aspect of consent. That was the two main recommendations. But again, once we've put that through the internal governance of Police Scotland, we'll present again back into the board itself. Sorry, back into this committee. The second aspect was the move towards the production of a management information document, which is produced today and is part of the document set. And as I say, it was based on that commitment that was provided at the conclusion of the rollout, that within 6 months we would produce cyber kiosk management information, which would be basically thereafter placed into the public domain around about the use of the kiosks and the figures. So again, around about how many referral forms are submitted for the examination of devices, and how many devices across the country in the various local policing areas are thereafter subject to examination. So without getting through the full paper, the paper indicates the numbers that we're looking at. Year on year, there has been a slight reduction, which we to be honest, we expected during the pandemic, around about the number of devices that are examined across the force area. We're basically pulling together a new enhanced cybercrime case management system, which will again enhance some of the data that we can pull in respect to this. So one of the areas where we identified there as a gap just now is how quickly we return some of these devices to members of the public. So again, it's highlighted in the report there is a gap with that, but the new release and the move towards the new case management system will provide that information and that data moving forward. But we know even just with dip sampling some of the local policing and divisional areas, we are turning around the examination of devices very, very quickly, and again returning them back to either witnesses or victims in respect of that. So as I say, the paper itself is self-explanatory. The management information paper, again, thereafter highlights a number of different data and tables in respect of that management information that we're looking to produce. That will be produced on the last day of every month, and thereafter will be basically a public-facing document on the first day of the preceding month. And as I say, we will thereafter look at how we can enhance that data set and data grab moving forward, and again looking at comparison year on year with some of what we are seeing. So as I say, I'm happy to take any information at all, any questions at all on the aspect of the management information document that has been produced at this particular stage. And as I say, the evaluation document by SMART2, as well as a further internal review that we're carrying out as post-project or post-programme as per our normal protocols. I will also bring back to a further meeting of this committee just to produce both evaluation docs for further consideration. But Chair, I'm happy to take any questions around that just now.
Thanks very much, Pat, and thanks for the report. I think Bob will probably want to come in. I really have only one kind of observation. But first of all, I appreciate the evaluation and the report. But for me, the biggest selling point, in a sense, was the quick return of devices, and that did make it much more attractive for individuals, but also presumably much more likely that witnesses and victims would be willing to give up their devices because they wouldn't be without them for too long. So a potential, in terms of policing and the justice system, that would be a real positive as well. But not being able to measure that, I think, is a big gap, because it was one of the biggest reassurances. And I welcome your comments to say, because I had understood that you weren't going to include that as a measure, but if you are going to include that as a measure going forward, then that's reassuring. I suppose it'd be interesting to know what timescale I suppose we're expecting in terms of being able to see that. But can I hand over to Bob just to kind of pick up on anything that he might want to ask that we've not covered so far?
Thanks, Chair. No, to be honest, my disappointment was on the point that you've raised, as this was the major selling point of triages, that people wouldn't have to lose devices for months or years whilst they went for what could well be pointless examination. It beggars belief to me, frankly, that the one thing we are not measuring is how many devices are being returned quickly to people, which is the purpose of the device. Now, we are where we are. Perhaps we can reflect upon that, but it would be really good to know when we will have some measurement of that moving forward. Other than that, I note, and I think the evaluation papers, it reflects, I think, the work that has been done, And I think, it's been a challenging road, but I think, we're definitely in the right place on this, but we really do need that data to show that it's achieving the primary aim.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Bob. Yeah, no, it's a point. It's well made, and as I say, within the period we've been given is around about 6 months for basically to add this additional data to the data set in respect of the phone or the device which will be returned to either the witness or to the victim as such. I think one of the challenges we have is around about the processes that are in place across Police Scotland in respect of how this is managed. So each of the local policing areas each have their own custodial production facility, which basically you have to lodge productions through as such, or exhibits. And again, what we don't have is that joined up system, which basically allows us to hit a button and basically identify the timescale for the return of such devices. What we can do is we can go through each of the local policing divisions individually and get that information, but it is time consuming, and this is probably not the way we'll want to look at the future landscape. So as I say, the data is there, however it is very bureaucratic at this stage, and the new integrated system that we're looking at will enable us to provide this information in respect to that, which is crucial, and as I say, we're fully sighted on that.
Okay, thanks very much. And I think it is just to reinforce that is such a critical issue that it is going to be, it will be a recurring theme if that isn't resolved, albeit that I absolutely get, you need to be careful about a disproportionate use of resources trying to extract the data, but nevertheless, that data is going to be really critical. So,
no, thanks, Chair. No, points well made. Thank you, and thanks, Bob.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay, so can we move on then to 6.3? I think we're up to 6.3, which is the armed policing model update. Who's that? Is that you, Mark?
I was going to cover this as Mark Williams here.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, again, Louise is with me, so she may wish to jump in at any point, but this really is just an update, Chair, by way of the existing armed policing deployment model, which is something we bring back regularly for the attention of the authority, given at the time its sensitivity and the changes that were put in place. And I suppose Table 2.3 has probably got the most interesting data in it in terms of the use of our ARV assets, or armed response vehicles, and how they are supporting local policing and supporting communities right across Scotland, across a whole variety of different incidents. And the feedback that is, if you like, threaded through the paper from both local policing, from the ARV officers themselves and armed policing, and also from C3 Division Command and Control, is very positive in terms of the use of the ARVs, the utility that they bring, the extra capacity that they bring, and the visibility that they bring to dealing with a number of different incidents across lots of areas. In essence, this is just for noting. It's something that we will continue to keep under review. I chair the Armed Policing Monitoring Group. The next meeting is actually at the end of this week, and we continue to assess and risk assess the threats and risks that present an armed policing deployment model that is best in place to manage that. And this remains, I think, an appropriate, balanced and proportionate model. And I would just commend it to you, and obviously take any questions that the authority members may have in relation to the details therein.
Thanks for that, Mark, and thanks for your report. I do think it is really helpful and really positive in terms of maximising the resource that's available to you in terms of that deployment. My only question really would be around the extent to which, if any, the response to incidents that require armed police officers is impacted negatively by the deployment model, and how you kind of monitor that in terms of making sure that isn't the case, if it is, assuming it isn't the case.
Yeah, very happy to answer that. I see Louise got her hand up. Maybe bring her in there as the armed policing lead.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. Just to give you a level of reassurance, we monitor the deployments on a daily basis, and if there was any impact on the primary deployment model for armed policing, we would certainly address that quick time, but there's been no impact at all. We're able to deliver in both capacities, just to give you that level of reassurance, but it's something we will always continue to monitor.
That's really helpful. Thanks very much for that, Louise. Bob?
Nothing further from me, thank you, Chair. Note the report.
Note the report then, thanks very much, and we'll move on. 6.4, the Police Scotland taser capability.
Myself again supported by Louise, who may want to come in as well with more details. This is a more fundamental paper in terms of the request that's therein, or at least the request to note our direction of travel. I mean, members will be aware that our capability to deploy tasers has been in place for just under 2 years now, since the first deployment of our specially trained officers. The governance and the introduction of them was run through 2017, and they were first deployed on the 1st of June 2018, as the paper lays out. We put in place just over 500 STOs in total. And since then, we've refreshed that and trained more to maintain that level of officer number across Scotland. And of course, because it has been a relatively new concept in Scotland, and it's only a couple of years old, we've done a lot of reviewing and evaluation of its effectiveness. And what we found is that, indeed, there was a need to retrain and uplift the total number of trained officers. 500 officers, of course, for lots of different reasons: promotion, moving to new departments and divisions, health, other such reasons render them potentially unable to carry out the role of STO. So there's been a need to refresh that as we've gone. And we've also noted that because of the limited number of hubs from where they can deploy, where they can actually safely store the tasers themselves and sign them out on a shift-by-shift basis, there's been a need to roll out an additional number of them to allow for geography and to allow for officers to have the tasers themselves close at hand, because that wasn't always the case. And officers might be, for example, working out of a station like Drylaw in Edinburgh, but the tasers were all stored at St Leonard's, and actually just the physical need to get between one and the other and the demands that were placed on them meant that didn't always happen, and that was inefficient in many ways. So we've upped and increased the number of deployment hubs, which I know we wrote and communicated to you about recently in terms of the numbers there. The real purpose of this paper, though, is to discuss the paper that went recently to our Strategic Leadership Board, reviewing both that current model and what the future deployment model for Taser might look like. In this paper, at 1.11, there are some details around the particular impact that Taser has had on officer and public safety, which we think is very, very stark and hugely positive. And equally, consider the wider strategic piece, of which you're very familiar with, the Chief's assault pledge in terms of officer safety and welfare, and some of the work that's been routed through DCC Taylor, obviously, in terms of your welfare matters and her oversight of that, to consider a further rollout, an enhanced rollout of Taser across Scotland by way of an increase in the numbers of STOs and the number of deployment hubs to a higher level than currently exists over the next 3 years in an incremental and staggered build. Because of the benefits that we have seen as a result of officer safety improvements and public safety improvements during that period. And the paper itself does go into some of the detail around how often tasers have been deployed, the impact that that's had on the resolution of incidents, the type of incidents that they're used at, what the impact is of, for example, using a baton or Pavis spray as opposed to taser. And all of those statistics and all of that quantitative and qualitative feedback has been very positive in terms of both officer and public safety and the resolution of given incidents. Equally, independent feedback from the PERC, as an example, HMI and others, has been very positive in the force's use of Taser and its impact in such areas. So the proposals which are summarised therein are that over the next 3 years we build our TASER capability and train an additional 500 officers each year and roll out to a total number of divisional hubs in the region of 110 across Scotland to allow for a more appropriate, proportionate and effective TASER model, and that be discussed today, and any questions that you might have be picked up obviously by myself and Louise. So hopefully the paper is clear in that sense, and I'm very happy to take any questions that there might be around the detail.
Mark, thanks very much for that, and thanks for your report. There's a couple of questions and comments from me, but I'll give Bob a chance to come in first.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mark. I think it's a well presented and argued paper, and certainly I agree with the course of action. I think, as you yourself have identified, the key bit here is around communications and engagement. And I think it's ensuring that people understand this, the rationale for it, having plenty of evidence in support, which you have. And I think having that up front as part of this, which, to be fair, the paper, I think, does a really good job to start that process. But I think that's the key to this. And I think keeping public confidence that this is justifiable and proportionate and necessary will be the key for this road. So I just would emphasise that, maximising the activity in that in support of this paper, I think is the right way. But I'm supportive, Chair.
Thanks for that, Bob. And certainly I would agree. That was certainly going to be one of my comments, which was, link it back to the experience and the proposals in relation to the drones, for example, and how positive the kind of the code of practice and the engagement and the hearing people's concerns and issues and acting on those, how important that is. I think the same applies here, because otherwise it has a potential to run away with us almost in terms of anxieties around it. So I would agree with Bob on that. I think that's really important. Supportive, absolutely. Otherwise, same as Bob. My other question, though, related to, and it was linked back to the discussion we had earlier around body-worn video and how there was a prioritisation group, if you like, or two strands to the project. First of which was for armed officers, and I wondered whether this category of trained officers would be part of that, or whether they would be part of the kind of more general population cohort, if you like, and just or a third way, and just for clarity on that.
Yeah, I see Kenny's put his hand up there, and given he's leading that sort of prioritisation rollout, I might, if he doesn't mind, defer to him to cover that.
Yep, thanks very much. Kenny, did you want to come in?
Yeah, it's a great question, Chair, and it is one of the things that we considered based on learning from elsewhere in the UK. What we are proposing at this point is that armed policing is clearly the clear priority in this space, given the risks, given the level of scrutiny and accountability that we need to show. I would imagine, although there's further work to be done, that the relevant officers who are deployed with TASER would be prioritised in our next phase when we get there. But it's not something that we are looking to include within the armed policing phase at this point. But given the rationale for the armed policing officers is about the sort of higher level of risk that they are facing, and higher level of accountability, although to a lesser extent it does apply here in the TASER. I would imagine as we go through that journey, we would want to prioritise those officers, but it's not in phase one.
Okay, thanks for that, Kenny. Louise, did you want to come in as well?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It was just to give you, again, a level of reassurance round about the communications and engagement. We have a plan already in advanced state, but clearly we wanted to come in front of the committee first, but we are going to progress that in terms of engagement internally and externally. about the future model. So it's just to give you that level of reassurance.
Thank you, that's really helpful. So we'll look forward to seeing that at a future meeting of the committee then. Okay, if there's nothing more on that, can we move on then to, where am I at? 6.5 TTRO lessons learned. Who's speaking to that one?
That's myself, Chair, Superintendent Jones. In respect to that, the action you'll be in the committee will be aware that an action was generated to seek a report to summarise some of the organisational learning that emerged from the TTRO, the Temporary Traffic Regulation Order resolution process, subject to the tripartite group between Police Scotland, COSLA and Scottish Government. And the paper submitted, members will be aware of some of the background, but just for benefit, I'll cover those in brief. In that Police Scotland, a dispute and a legal impasse, I suppose, emerged on TTROs in 2017 after Police Scotland had communicated to the executive members of the local authorities that their intention to change their role in relation to the operation of TTROs. And that resulted in an impasse and certainly objection from the COSLA representatives for the executive members of each of the areas, and in particular key local authorities within that group. A tripartite group was then agreed to be set up between Police Scotland, COSLA and Scottish Government to see if there was a collaborative way to try and resolve that dispute. And again, they agreed within that process to seek a joint senior legal opinion, which was viewed by all parties as being binding above a number of other opinions that had been procured up until that point, both by police and local authorities. And that was supported by the legal representation from all the organisations involved, SOLAR and also from Police Scotland. And again, as that progressed on, following the receipt of the opinion from QC Jerry Moynihan, obviously the COVID impact of last year significantly impacted the progress of that. However, that was finally then resumed in October, and an approach was approved by COSLA's Community Wellbeing Group in November, and completion of that collaborative position and the statement was provided to all members there as well, and further collaborative work in the form of a short life working group, which was chaired by Dr Michael Rosie, with a view to revising the Scottish Government guidance on marches and parades, which has been completed and is pending publication at the moment. In terms of the key learning points from the TTRO impasse, and obviously the acknowledgement there was significant expenditure there on the part of a number of members of the group. The main lessons deriving from that were around engagement and communication, full engagement by all public sector partners with each other being required before any legal advice being procured on a matter that particularly has implications on potential resource transfer or resource or financial demands for the organisations involved. Another point about the engagement conducted, whilst there was engagement prior to the Police Scotland announcement of the original policy, in a manner and a style, certainly the feedback from partners would be of benefit to look at that particular part to make sure that the engagement was effective and met with the appropriate bodies and forums within each of the areas to ensure it was escalated appropriately. The opinion of Mr Moynihan as well answers a number of the questions of a wider significance for the law. For example, the point that's mentioned is Section 32 of the Police and Fire Reform Act, in terms of the collaborative approach between police and local authorities. And that's something that was raised as a particular learning point from this activity. And the position that's supported by Senior Counsel is not dissimilar to that which is actually in place across the local partnerships at the moment, in that generally there are overlapping powers, and the wider message is that selection of the powers should depend on the circumstances, and another key thread being that the outcomes in each of the areas is looking towards an efficacious and efficient use of the powers that are available there too. A notable outcome and from that engagement was that Scottish Police Authority and Police Scotland consider the existing governance arrangements concerning the development of policy which would impact on partners and communities such as TTRO legal opinion, and further consideration to introduce potential safeguards which may enable matters to be fully discussed and considered before any executive action is taken. Again, just to go into that particular part, communications had been conducted at the time and prior to the development of that policy. However, it's perhaps a look and a review of the effectiveness of the approach taken and whether that could be improved upon. Moving forward, again, the previously established structures utilised by Police Scotland and local government in relation to potential contentious or high-risk issues and the collaboration between the two needs to be looked at with a view to making sure that there is an appropriate forum to raise those concerns. One other key point being that the group was instrumental in helping to identify and resolve a number of outstanding issues relative to traffic regulation particularly, but emphasise the importance of taking an ECR-led approach to marches and parades, which was raised within the opinion, and it's in turn led to further joint work to revise Scottish Government's guidance on marches and parades, as I said, which is completed. And furthermore, it's generated a live action that's in play at the moment for Scottish Government to consider the practicalities of potential legislative changes in relation particular to TTROs and traffic regulation, and also to the statutory powers that are in place and to whom those powers are afforded. And given the ongoing tensions amongst the marching organisations in Glasgow, etc., which eventually led to review the parades by both Glasgow City Council and Scottish Government, and to an unsuccessful court action that was previously subject to that area. Resolving that in private meant that we were able to use the lessons learned to inform Scottish Government review the guidance, and that was successful in avoiding that conflict. And proposed actions that have emerged from that then is to avoid future legal impasse or disputes on issues of shared interest. Similar to TTROs, it's proposed that some form of protocol is in place to enable issues to be dealt with at an executive level between Police Scotland, SPA and local government through initial strategic engagement. And in addition, the following engagement mechanisms and structures are fully utilised locally and nationally where appropriate to avoid any other costly or time-consuming disputes in relation to legal matters in particular. I'm happy, I'm conscious that Mike Callahan from COSLA is online as well, but I'm happy to take any questions in terms of the findings or the outcomes of that report.
James, thanks very much. I think that's a really helpful kind of introduction and going into a bit more detail on the report. I note that Councillor Parry would like to come in, so that your contribution, Councillor Parry, would be really welcome, so thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I thought it might just be helpful for me to kind of reflect on kind of where the elected members are in terms of this. We had our National Police Forum meeting last week where we kind of done what we're doing here today and just kind of reflecting on isn't it great that we got this fixed, and of course it is. But I think one of the things that we've definitely learned, and you've just highlighted perfectly, is how we want to make sure that we don't kind of get in this position of escalation in the first place where it can be avoided. Of course, there's going to be situations where it is unavoidable that we're going to need, you know, legal advice and such like. I do see a situation arising in a similar vein around buffer zones. So I have representations made to me from local authorities around the rights of women to access reproductive health centres without protesters surrounding them. So that's an issue that I think we might have to use a kind of similar route to solve that in, and I hope that's helpful for me to flag that up to you today. And I think another issue we might have to look at shortly is CCTV as well. Kind of another issue where in the past budgets have been held in different places, either local authority and police, and you know perhaps we need a more consistent model as well. But I mean, obviously, you know, when we look at kind of news situation from this week, you know, we can really see how Police Scotland's work and local government is completely intertwined. I know that my Glasgow City colleagues who are looking at, you know, a kind of clean-up bill and such like from the events that we saw over the weekend in terms of kind of people moving around the city for football, will definitely be feeling that that's not a particular legal issue that we perhaps can solve today, but just kind of making the point, you know, that these are so intertwined and it's so important that we work together on these kind of big issues. So hope that's helpful in terms of feedback from the elected half of COSLA. Mike may well have some other points to contribute.
Thanks, Kelly. That is really, really helpful. And I particularly note you know, it's not just this one issue, but the importance of having a protocol for engagement, you know, because of anything that might come, you know, and you've helpfully, I think, described a few that are on the horizon, but there could be more. And to have that kind of some kind of a protocol as a backdrop is going to be really helpful to avoid us getting into similar circumstances. Mike, can I invite you to come in if you have anything to add?
Just very briefly, I think Councillor Parry's really summarised it really well, and James Jones provided a really good summary of the paper too. And I suppose as Councillor Parry just highlighted, there are emerging issues all the time, and we're looking at one alive just now, which the health clinics and buffer zones, and there've been other issues in the past. So it's, you know, it's having something set up, some learning from what happened in the past, and practically using that and using the new and established mechanisms just to address these issues locally and nationally between ourselves as partners.
Okay, thanks for that, Mike. And I suppose really that's kind of brought, particularly that emerging issue that you've both mentioned, brings me on to really the only question that I've got. And I note that the kind of protocol would be between local authority and Police Scotland, but given, you know, some of the real overlap between, you know, Police Scotland's activities and indeed local authorities with health care, so particularly around mental health, drug-related deaths, etc. I'm wondering whether the health and social care partnerships might be an agency that you would consider including it as part of the protocol, or whether that's completely out of the box and not something that you would want to think about. But it just kind of occurs to me as a key issue in terms of those partnership arrangements, but given the nature of some of the emerging issues that you've raised. So it's just a thought, really, not going to put you on the spot right now, but.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to respond kind of briefly. Different health and social care partnerships do things differently in different areas, I guess, is the short answer. You know, some of them will take housing completely into them for different local reasons, and I'm sure that there's many out there already. What we probably will have with our health colleagues is a kind of better picture of that. So I'm sure Mike and I are happy to kind of go away and see, you know, is that something's happening, kind of give you guys a general update. But as well as the health and social care partnerships, there's also the community planning partnerships as well. And in some senses, they can be a little bit more encompassing in terms of, you know, kind of strategic outcomes, especially in terms of working with all the local partners, and the police will be involved in every one of those in every local authority level as well. So, you know, kind of thinking around routes, that would probably be your two best ones. But if there's any other information, you know, that would be helpful to this committee or wider in the SPA, certainly happy to go and look for it.
Thanks very much. I really appreciate that. So that's really helpful. Bob, did you want to come in on anything in relation to TTROs and the lessons learned?
Thanks, Chair. This has been a long saga. It's good to get to the point where we're at now. And I think the concept of a protocol sounds a really good way forward. The issue of today really wasn't about TTROs. It's about how on earth do we stop the wasted time that we've had on TTROs happening again. And I think we have a plan and a way forward. So I am really grateful for the work that's gone into getting us to where we are.
Excellent. Hear, hear. Okay, thanks very much for that. So can we move on then to 6.6, which is Police Scotland's report on countering organised fraud crime? Who's going to speak to that? Pat, is that you?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll try not to rehearse obviously the highlights from the fraud discussion at the performance update. So this in particular around organised crime and the links to fraud. So the paper is obviously submitted, and just to touch on a number of different highlights. What we are aware is that the ability, the agility, the flexibility of organised crime groups and the dynamic nature of them to respond to opportunities which present themselves is really, really significant. So when you look at such as border vulnerabilities brought on by EU exit to exploitation of technology through the EncroChat devices, to what we're now seeing and what we have seen since the pandemic developing around about the infiltration of, for example, of the COVID grant scheme and the bounce back loans. So again, when you look at that and what that potentially may look like, we anticipate potentially between 350 and 650 fraudulent applications that are potentially linked to organised crime in Scotland have been submitted. And again, we are working with local authorities around about that prevention aspect of doing that due diligence check around some of the applications coming through, and also engaging with Audit Scotland in respect to that. So the headlines are, we are seeing a significant increase. Over 80% of fraud-related crime is now cyber-enabled. We have seen a 38% increase, as I have indicated. A couple of the highlights from the paper. Within Scotland, we have exactly 100 organised crime mapped groups. So that's groups that went through our analysis process. 23 of those groups are linked and heavily involved in organised fraud. With our response to that, we have detectives and fraud champions across Police Scotland. However, we have a dedicated organised crime, economic crime and financial investigation unit, Stronghold, at Gartcosh at the Scottish Crime Campus, where the remit of that unit is to focus on organised fraud with some of the organised crime groups in the UK and further afield, linking in with partners across the NCA, NPCC landscape, as well as Europol and Interpol. So that's 150 officers dedicated to that. And the benefit of the Scottish Crime Campus is it's a multi-agency forum, so the ability for us to link in with agencies such as HMRC, the National Crime Agency, Crown Office, and that joint investigation process is really, really crucial, and with some real benefit to that. And that's quite clear when you look at 2.5 in the report, right, about over this financial year, what the assets and what we have identified under procedure crime legislation. Almost £36 million has been identified for seizure in respect to that, linked directly to organised crime in Scotland, as well as confiscation orders over £1 million, and work with the Civil Recovery Unit within Crown Office, nearing £3 million at this particular stage. So as I say, significant impact on the ability for organised crimes to operate in Scotland at this particular stage. As I say, this is not done on our own. This has to be a multi-agency approach through it. It has to be collaborative working. And again, we are members of UK-wide groups with the banking and financial institutions around that. And I spoke about earlier around about some of the success we're having with some of the suspicious activity reports that are thereafter fed through law enforcement from some of the financial institutions. In respect to prevention and looking at that level of even the compromise of members of the public bank's accounts, if you go to 2.9, it just gives you some idea of the success that we've basically received recently with the banking protocol. So that's basically bank staff potentially alerting ourselves to suspicious activity on accounts, and financial year to date, 703 incidents reported to the police through the banking protocol, which prevented monies moving into organised crime groups of over £3.5 million. So that prevention focus into some of the financial institutions has been really successful, as highlighted in that, and we've got ongoing communications into the public arena around that. In respect of partnerships, it does highlight, and it's really crucial that we understand this, that it has to be that ongoing multi-agency collaborative response to that. So the UK lead on that through the National Economic Crime Centre, linking into Home Office and linking into the National Crime Agency, as well as some of the excellent work ongoing between Police Scotland, Scottish Government, and also the Scottish Business Resilience Centre has been really significant, particularly when you look at, as we've highlighted before, some of the recent ransomware and cyber attacks on some of the organisations within the country. Reporting of fraud on page 5 just highlights that increase, and as Bob pointed out, and I do agree with him, I think even at that significant increase of 38% is still underreported, and we're still to see the real peak of what that will look like as we move forward at this stage. And the cyber strategy in particular, what we are looking at is the development of our cybercrime investigative capability. So do we have our assets pointed in the right direction internally around cybercrime investigations? And that review is ongoing at this particular time, but certainly we are looking to increase our capability and capacity around that as such. So the future landscape, as I say, is round about that collaborative working. What we are also looking at just now is round about that more dynamic reporting than simply through the traditional methods of contacting Police Scotland. So looking at some of the work ongoing just now around about action fraud that we've reviewed previously, however, a more enhanced gateway now into fraud reporting, and also around Operation Fortis, some of the work ongoing with Home Office and the NPCC down south around a cybercrime reporting gateway where there is that more fast, dynamic, more agile ability to basically triage where the risk lies at that particular stage and respond appropriately. So as I say, a lot of work ongoing within this arena, but as I say, I commend the paper to you, and happy to take any questions around it. Thanks.
Pat, thanks very much for that, very detailed. I've got a couple of questions, but I'm going to bring Bob in first.
Thanks, Chair, and Pat, thanks for the report. It's an interesting space at the moment. You'll probably be aware that RUSI released a report last week called The Silent Threat, which is around fraud and national security. And they draw a number of conclusions, one of which is that fraud is primarily, or not primarily, is being used as a terrorist financing tool. But I think the key thing is that fraud is not restricted by national boundaries. And I think, as you say, the key to really tackling fraud at an organised level is going to have to be upstream rather than dealing locally. And you've talked a little bit about it. I wonder if you could just give us a sense, particularly post-Brexit, of how good Police Scotland's relationships are with organisations like Europol, Interpol and others that enable you to be able to deal with the transnational aspects of this? Certainly,
Bob. No, I mean, there's no getting away. No, I mean, it's what we have been left with is suboptimal in respect of our ability to engage with our EU law enforcement colleagues. However, we have maintained a relationship both with Europol and Interpol at this stage. So we have a detective inspector based over in The Hague in Europol from Police Scotland. So we are still active over within The Hague with our European law enforcement partners. The model and the contingency planning in respect of what has fallen is our ability to perhaps influence because of the fact that we are now third country status other than an integral member of Europol as such, but we have maintained a presence and we do have that bilateral relationship and engagement with EU member states, which continues law enforcement to law enforcement just now. The greater focus just now is perhaps into Interpol and that whole 197 countries that sit under the Interpol banner. And again, to basically counter the loss of the influence within Interpol, is we've also put a detective inspector into Lyon in France, into the Interpol European headquarters just now. And the focus there is around about organised crime. So the officer over there has that remit to look at that worldwide aspect of organised crime and feeding back into to push Scotland around that. So in short, we have maintained the relationship within Europol due to obviously the UX aspect. We have maintained a presence, but as I say, probably not as great an influence. However, Interpol has perhaps filled the gap around that, Bob, just now with the fact that the gateway into some of their worldwide law enforcement has opened up just with the presence over there.
Thanks, Pat. Understood. That's me, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks for that. I have a question which just relates, it's specifically to the table in 2.13, and so there's an increase in recorded crimes, but there isn't a kind of proportionate increase in detection rates. And I'm just wondering whether you think that is, is it a resourcing issue because of the current circumstances, in which case we could expect that to change, or do you think that there are different factors that are impacting on, the capability in terms of detection rates? And if so, what might be done about that? Yeah, no, it's a good point, Chair. I mean, the detection rate for this financial year has dropped from 31% to 23.4%. And what we find with the very nature of fraud is that they're often complex, long-term investigations that sometimes last 12 to 18 months before we actually get that through as a detected crime. So it really is just the slow nature of some of the investigations that are ongoing just now. Some of them extremely bureaucratic, linking in with international partners and the complexity around that. Sometimes it's not as quick as maybe some of our more traditional crimes to detect quickly over that shorter period of time. It is probably more complex and longer term. And I think that has a lot to do with the number, as I say, with the capability side of things, which I mentioned, is the cyber strategy. We are looking at that, the increase in resources, particularly within the Economic Crime and Financial Investigation Unit, round about the link into our digital forensic side of the business, as well as cybercrime investigators, which all, as I say, we'll look at whether or not we do need to increase the capability. But there's absolutely no doubt the future environment is that's where our focus should be in respect of our resources. Okay, thanks for that. And my other question, I suppose, is related, because I suppose there's an issue about quite low reporting of these crimes. And if a lot of the work that you're doing, not just around prevention, but engagement and communication with a view to increasing those reports, is that that's actually going to potentially increase the volume of demand in terms of your resources. And then it loops back to, and if the cyber strategy isn't going to deliver enough capacity in terms of addressing that, then you've almost got a kind of vicious spiral of more people reporting, which is a good thing. And actually that putting huge stress on the system in terms of detection rates, and then the impact that then has on public confidence. And it strikes me that a lot of the things that we have talked about today have got, almost take us back to the conversation at the beginning of the meeting around public confidence. So I think, when we talk about the drones, one of the things that's going to increase public confidence is the transparency about their deployment and the code of practice, etc. And every time we've looked at something, it's had that potentially positive impact in terms of public confidence. And it strikes me that this is another of those areas. There's a danger of creating a demand that you can't meet. And it's not to say that demand isn't there latently anyway, but it's just about how you manage that tension between wanting people to report and then having the capacity to respond to those reports in a positive way without being completely overwhelmed.
Yeah, no, Chair, it's a really good point. And I mean, when you look at, the traditional nature of criminal investigation, towards where we are just now, and about that more dynamic cyber-enabled incident room. We've moved leaps and bounds over the years in respect to that. I think it is about the realignment more than significantly increasing resources and looking at that focus on some of the digital investigations and cyber investigations more than the traditional style of investigations that we had before. However, as you say, I mean, the capability and capacity is being considered just now. The strategic workforce plan looks at that significant increase in respect of resources that we believe will be required over the next 3 to 5 years, around about between 250 to 300, sitting within that digital and cybercrime arena as such. So as I say, as well as realignment, we focus with the resources we have just now into some of the challenging areas that we see emerging, which are not going to go away, and also looking at the more medium to longer term aspect of is it police officers or is it that police workforce mix? We need to look at bringing some specialists in from that cybercrime, that digital forensics arena, and again, as I say, it links back into our strategic workforce plan.
Thanks for that. I think that's really helpful. Are there any other kind of questions or comments on this report? No. Okay. Thanks very much. That takes us to the end of item 6. So what I propose that we do is we have a break for lunch just now. What I'm suggesting, what is it, 3 minutes to 1? Can I suggest that we come back at 20 past? That's slightly shorter than we might normally have, but I think that would allow us to get through the rest of the agenda in reasonable time. Is that okay with people? Okay, so again, if people would just Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully that's everybody back. That's and team will resume for our items on the agenda. First of which is report on the impact of maintaining a vulnerable persons database. I think BC Heaton is going to speak to that, is that right? To take you through members very aware of the IVPD is the interim vulnerable persons database, and that's really where we've got all of our vulnerabilities and our interaction with people. The sessions around the data flow, we know the age of people, could we break it down? And as you can see, paragraph 2, we are able to do that. The data flow and how we share information, and what you will see is that the majority of cases are 3.2, and we share with statutory agencies much more statutory agencies. You will see at the top of the page on page A, the 26 for non-statutory agencies we shared data with during 1 month. Sorry, 1 day. And it equates to just less than 4%. So it's the minority of cases where it is statutory organisations. And of course, that information shared instead of necessarily putting on a proportionate footing. We take steps to ensure that we don't overshare information. It's important to make sure we share monitoring of that. In terms of the data flow, pretty much covers that. And then information showing practice, we have to address the question really of what is the value of this in practice. There are several examples of fairly random examples. You'll see that by sharing this information between agencies, there is a positive impact. And of course, bodies and agencies are always encouraged to work together in partnership and collaboration. And in cases where things go wrong, invariably it comes down to communication and information sharing. And where agencies don't quite know the full picture across the different organisations, as I say, doing this law proportionately, quality assurance processes that is appropriately done. It's all predominantly division and SCD under MACAN, if you like, having an oversight of that, make sure the quality of our information is good, as I say, we don't under or overshare people. And there is a flow chart on the back that shows you the process as last and then in terms of the review and retention of records, you'll see we've got some tables which break things down within the report. It describes how this automated process that occurs every 24 hours. In terms of people consent, this is trying to get data on a legal basis. So technically, we don't require people to consent to us having data and sharing it because they're trying to in Data Protection Act 2018. But of course, we always seek that authority, we always seek those permissions. Sometimes people ask not to share information as part of the QA process. When we make sure that we ask for their information to be shared, we're not actually we make sure that we do that. Our statutory around sharing and storage actually provide something
access to this information to do so. And obviously, their access to the availability of information and the information is sent to the ecosystem of course, behind this information agreement as well, make sure that the recipient of the information also has legal safeguards and obligations around our data. So I hope that covers questions that came up to us. I've got a better handle on this. I have a group which has a and a team that works with me on this. And I ask them probably the sorts of questions that you would ask as well, so satisfy myself that everything is being done correctly and is being managed robustly. All right, I can see first, a few kind of questions as well, but Councillor Perry, do you want to? Yeah.
That's really helpful. Just around the information sharing non-statutory partners and the figures there, they just sound incredibly low. And I note your context around that, but I just wondered if you had a sense of if that was proportionate. I know that's really difficult to quantify, but I thought I would let you try. And the second was around, particularly around domestic abuse. I completely appreciate the need not to overshare. However, domestic abuse survivors sometimes undershare their experiences, particularly to the police. And so I wondered if there was a kind of balance mechanism for that as well. And just the last point was just around the impact of GDPR. You know, has there been a drop-off following that? I know you mentioned the Data Protection Act, but obviously that now has an implication for us as well. So I apologise if these have been covered before, but I was just interested.
Okay, so very low at 4%. Yes, it does seem low, and that's why we have a QA process that suggests do we undershare or do we overshare, and so it's the outcome of those questions really when we do some central monitoring of that will give us that handle on it. But of course we also share with statutory DA bodies as well, so it probably skews the data a little bit by just showing that, but it is still quite a lot per day to when you collect up the amount of those. So a lot of them will be via social work, etc., and they get shared on from there as well. In terms of DA, yes, you're right, and actually, I think probably amongst a lot of vulnerability crimes and victimology, we know that pretty much in every case, people don't report to us straight away. In quite a lot of victim profiles, people don't even recognise that they are a victim. So I think it's an endemic thing. So you're absolutely right in that. Yes. Do we have something where we share more because of that? No, we will still keep it in proportion to the risk that we're being shown. But part of the risk assessment will have things that are trigger points to pointing to a higher risk. So as an example, just to illustrate, if we have just one instance of someone who is reporting hands around the neck or choking, that puts them into a higher risk territory. So it's that triage and the risk assessment that sits behind that will determine the sharing anyway. So sometimes it's the build-up of multiple cases, and sometimes it's just that one, but we can identify the risk, and we will share in those circumstances. So it is in proportion. GDPR is actually covered in the paper, and it hasn't had a great impact particularly. We take GDPR and the Data Protection Act together now. They're mainstreamed within all our considerations. But no, good point.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Perry, any more follow-up or other questions from you, Councillor?
No, that was really helpful. Thanks for indulging me.
Okay, thanks very much. Bob, did you want to come in? I have quite a few kind of thoughts and questions too, so I'll let you come in first.
Thanks, Chair. Really, the only question I have that I can't actually see the answer to in the paper, but it may be staring me in the face, is around consent and awareness. So if somebody is going to go onto the database, do they need to give consent? Are they aware that they're going on the database? And do they have any granular say in which third-party organisations that data is shared with, assuming that they have consent? And then sort of the follow-on answer from those is, how is that audited and quality assured?
Yeah, so at the outset, people are asked if they're happy for their information to be put on the database and shared. Obviously, sometimes even if they're not, because of their own vulnerability, we may need to override that. And as I say, that is covered in the data protection legislation as well, around this positive obligation that we have as well to protect, and that is covered. We do have some leaflets that explain this to people. And as I've said, there is a strict and automated weeding policy as well. Sometimes people will actively want us to share as well, even though we might not think it necessary. So we will obviously abide by those requests as well. I may have missed part of your question there. Could you just, which bit have I missed? There was another bit, wasn't there?
Okay, so I think what you're saying is that people are given the opportunity of consenting. So I get that. And they, as part of that consent, do they get the granular opportunity to say they consent with it going to which organisations? You indicated that, and I understand why, that there will be circumstances where even if consent isn't given, your responsibility is to share. So my second question is, are people then made aware of the fact that that data is being shared even if they have not consented? And the third part was, what process of audit and quality assurance on that do you have to ensure that what people are say and are told is actually what's happening?
Yeah, I mean, what you're going to the heart of here is that balance, isn't it, between articulate human rights and versus safety and security, which we have to make judgments on. So on our system, it will say whether somebody's been asked or not, and it will also say if they've consented or not. So we can actually audit that, and that is part of our QA checks as well, to make sure that we can actually see how many people are consenting up front and not. Now, if we then go on to share with somebody, we don't always inform the individual that that has happened at the time of sharing. So at the time of gathering the data, the conversation takes place. At the point of sharing, it doesn't always take place, because as you'll see from the numbers, it's not always practical to do so. But depending on the circumstances and the vulnerability and the crime type, we will sometimes do that, because it's important to know that contact will be being made, etc., etc. In the majority of cases, people do consent. Clearly, sometimes people are incapacitated for whatever reason, or they don't want to make that decision at that point, and that's where it becomes a little bit more difficult.
Okay, and obviously we haven't had sight of the data protection impact assessment and your policy around that. I'm just a little perhaps surprised that someone who doesn't give consent, but you may well be entirely right in saying that there is a need for that information to be shared with other agencies, will not subsequently be made aware that that has happened and that their name has gone on the database. I'm struggling to think of a reason that would justify that, them not being told that.
Yeah, I suppose if you've got significant mental health issues, or if you've got significant vulnerability, that could be a case.
Okay. Chair, this is clearly, I think, a level of detail that we as a committee are not well equipped to deal with. I just have a nervousness around what I'm hearing, and I wonder whether this might be one of the occasions where we perhaps suggest to HMICS that an inspection as part of their general inspection of this area might actually give us a level of assurance that we're not going to get through the standard ways of operating as a committee.
So certainly that's something that we could explore with HMICS. I mean, I have a few kind of thoughts first, and maybe some of the answers to my questions might help to put us in a slightly better position in terms of understanding. But I certainly think we can take that off table and have some discussion about how we might take that forward. So my first thought on the, first of all, thanks for the paper, and it did elaborate on the previous one and provide a lot more information. My first kind of thoughts really around the issue of information sharing, and I have absolutely no difficulty with that concept, not least because if you look at the last 7 decades of child death inquiries, they almost invariably refer to the lack of effective information sharing as a contributory factor to harm coming to people. So, it's a long and well-rehearsed argument in relation to multi-agency protection, whether that's domestic abuse, child protection, adult protection, and so on. So the question of sharing as a principle is not an issue for me at all. But there are some other questions. So first of all, not necessarily consent, because I absolutely take the point that the actual judgment is for Police Scotland in relation to whether your protocols are invoked, if you like, irrespective of consent. So an analogy with the child protection system would be that you don't need, as a parent or as a carer, to consent to your child being on the child protection register, but you do need to know about it, and you will know about it, and you will participate in discussions around creating protection plans and so on. So it's not a question of consent, but it is a question of awareness. So it isn't feasible, really, for a child to be on a child protection register without their primary carer knowing about it. So that would be the first analogy, and one that I would like some reassurance around in terms of this database, that you can't be on it as an individual without knowing about it, assuming that you have the capacity to know and to understand. And if you don't, then that your carers or appropriate adult or whoever would be aware. So that would be my first question of absolute clarity. The other one relates to the criteria on which decisions are made about whether to include a person on the database. The numbers do seem to me to be quite high, and that might just be an accurate reflection of the vulnerability that is out there, but it's a fifth of the population or so, or thereabouts. So it is a huge number. So I'd like to have a better understanding, and again, you might not be able to provide this answer just here and now, but a better understanding of the criteria that are applied in order to make a decision, and where the thresholds are in terms of decision making around whether somebody should be included on the database or not. The third question is whether the criteria for removal of a person from the database is at the same threshold as the person going onto the database. Because often, and again, I kind of apologise because I'm using my experience in the child protection world, is that it's often harder for a child's name to be removed from the register than it is for a child's name to get onto the register in the first place, for a whole range of reasons. So I just want to get a sense of where those thresholds lie around removal. And then my last question is, given the number that you share, and as I say, I'm absolutely supportive of the sharing, for whatever the proportion is of people on the database about whom you don't share any information, what do you use that the fact that you have them on the database and that knowledge for if it's not in a multi-agency protection context, if that makes any sense. Because if it were just that multi-agency protection context, I would expect information to be shared on all of the people on the database. Whereas if you have a different purpose or a different use, in a sense almost, or a different threshold for sharing, you've got a lot of people on the database about whom you don't share any information. And I just wonder what happens to that and what you're thinking. So I apologise if some of that is quite a detailed questions that you may not have the answer at your fingertips, but it's a sense of where I think, I would like some understanding of the process.
Yeah, no, all fair questions. And you're absolutely right, Chair. I don't have all of the detail around that because I don't sort of implement some of the rules and I don't have them to hand. But I can answer most of that, I hope. So if I take it backwards, so the data that's on there that might not be for sharing might also have an operational policing purpose. And an example of that would be a missing person. So somebody's gone missing before. What it gives us is it gives us the first places to look from last time. And obviously that can then start building to a point at which we share with other agencies to say what we're going to do about this person. It might be a fairly low level thing. However, if they then don't go missing for a period of time, they will come off the database, if that makes sense. So the rules around how you get onto the database and how you come off it are risk assessed, threat assessed, and they are time bound as well. So I don't have the exact detail in front of me, but it's things like if you have been subject to domestic abuse and you don't come to light again for a number of years, I think it is, a couple of years, you will come off. That's part of that review and removal process. And there are a lot of rules that sit behind that. That have been worked out around what reasonable times look like, and they get revisited, etc. And I don't have a copy of them, but they do take into factors things like risk and frequency, etc., or changes in circumstances. So that's how that gets removed. And in terms of going on to there, you might go on there for that one-off domestic abuse situation, and nothing may happen. That data may be shared with other agencies to provide support, depending on what you say. It may not, but it may help us to then start building up that picture that you rightly draw on your child abuse investigations experience that talks about that background information. And you'll know yourself, you don't always know what's going to be relevant or not, which is why those rules around what goes on and how it gets removed have been very carefully worked out with people in the field who actually understand in great detail, like yourself, how that picture builds and at what point you can safely take that information off while still being able to have a duty of care to those people and be able to information share. And you'll know from, this is not an exact science, as you will know. Vulnerability has so many different guises and so many different patterns. But we do know that in the majority of cases, there are certain patterns that help us to understand those retention and removal type of questions. In terms of the nominal having the information shared with an appropriate adult, yes, in situations where that's appropriate, that will take place.
Thanks. So just to clarify, so people who are on the database will either know or their carers will know. Does the other end of the spectrum follow from that? That at the point at which they may be removed from the database because you've applied the criteria for removal, they are informed that they are no longer on the database?
No, not at the moment. And of course, a lot of circumstances can change as well. So you might not live at the same address, you might not have the same phone number. It would probably be an impracticable exercise to do those two things. But the Data Protection Act entwines and enshrines in the system that we are actually able to do that. So we are still legally compliant. But I agree. I mean, it would be nice to be able to do that in every single case. I think that would be useful, and I don't know if we can automate that. But if you automate something like that, what happens if a letter, for instance, if we go old school, or an email goes to an old account or an old address, and that person's moved on and somebody else opens it? What happens if the wrong person opens it and a disclosure is being made to the police and the perpetrator didn't know, but now they do? So in all of these cases, when we follow the logical conclusion, it's actually quite difficult to do it, and to do it for the safety of the person who's vulnerable in the first place.
Okay. And just another thing then for clarity is the basis. I mean, you talked about quality assurance processes and so on. So the basis for decision making about whether somebody meets the criteria or the threshold for inclusion in the database, is all of that kind of set out in some formal way? So it isn't a kind of intuitive, based on experience or so on. So there's clarity in terms of procedures and standard operating procedures, protocols, etc.
Yes, absolutely. And they are reviewed, and the quality assurance also sits around rationale on the database. We put all of that on about why we've shared, why we haven't shared, what we've shared, the wording of what we've shared, and why we've done it that way. That's all recorded on the database and can be audited, and is audited. It's audited centrally and at division, and we have a look at what that looks like as well. Do we need to adjust anything? What are the common themes, etc., etc.? Are there any problems in that? Are there any divisions that aren't doing it right? So that's tightly held as well.
And then just to pick up on Bob's question, is there any kind of external in inverted commas, but kind of arm's length oversight of how that database is operated?
There's mine. That's not external. There is no external body looking at this database. I mean, we hope to be able to put it and fold it into the new rules around the COP, the debt costs system and things like that. When we get to that point, it's not compatible with that at the moment, so there's some difficulties that we're working through. But in terms of an external body looking at it, no, not to my knowledge, unless anybody else on the call can highlight that. Not to my knowledge.
Okay. I mean, I think there do remain some questions then that I'm not just entirely clear about. I just wonder whether, given the importance of it, and given some of the issues around that are of a massive impact in terms of public health and well-being and safety, and both child and adult protection, mental health, etc., whether this might not be the subject of some maybe a separate session where we might be able to explore some of this in a bit more detail. But what I would propose, that including compliance with all of the legislative and procedural kind of frameworks that go with it, rather than try and conclude on that today. It does seem to me that it might be worthy of some further discussion, maybe in a slightly different forum that allows us to have some further discussion around it. And if people would be happy with that, Bob, what are your thoughts on that?
I think it's probably worth, Chair, if I can just interject at this point, that the ICO have an interest in this. Any data breaches are reported to them, and they've actually reviewed this a couple of years ago now. So, in terms of external bodies, the HMIC haven't looked at it. Nobody from Police Authority have looked at it, to my knowledge, but the ICO are very linked into this and did a review. And they are part and parcel of that ongoing. And as with any data and any system, the ICO will be over it.
Yeah, no, sure. But I suppose I'm getting some feedback here from my mic. But is there a kind of formal outcome of that ICO's overview of it? Is there a report, or is there something that's kind of tangible in terms of what exercise they've undertaken and what their conclusions were?
No, I haven't seen it, but that doesn't mean there isn't one, to be fair. I mean, in terms of their input, we share a lot of our policies and our practices with them. so that they can oversee them from an ICO point of view and give us feedback on them.
Okay. Sorry, Bob, you were going to come back.
I do think this is worthy of further discussion, Chair. I don't think there's a breach issue here, so I can't see why the ICO wouldn't have issues. This is, if there are issues here, they're issues around the balance between keeping people informed versus the need to do things. And as ACC Heaton said, that it's a fine balance. I remain nervous that people may be on this database and be having their information shared with third parties, not necessarily without their consent, because I do understand there will be times when that is necessary, but without their awareness, which is different. Because if you're not aware, you won't do anything about it. But if you're aware and you're unhappy, then there are courses of action that you can take which can determine that it's appropriate. But if you don't know it's happening, you may not instigate things on that basis. So I think it is worthy of further discussion and possibly, as you say, off table, because I think there are a number of options in terms of ways of taking it forward. And I think I wouldn't want to try and put my finger on one now and say this is the right way to perhaps give that level of assurance.
Okay, thanks, Bob. I think that is helpful. Judy, you wanted to come back?
Yeah, just on that point, you know, it does rely on somebody knowing that they're on there in order to apply for that information. I completely get that point. But of course, if anybody is concerned, there is a privacy notice on Police Scotland website and obviously an ability to be able to apply for that sort of information, as with all our databases. So what we're doing here on IVPD is no different to any other contact with the police or any of our other systems. These data rules actually apply to all of our police systems. Data Protection Act, GDPR, privacy notice, how you apply to know if you're on a database, how you apply to appeal that decision, etc., etc. So you know, in all our undertakings, the policies, procedures, and legal framework that we sit on is the same across all of our data.
Okay. So I think, you know, we have a proposal really to have a further discussion, possibly not in the formal context of a committee meeting, but and maybe opening up to other SPA board members who may have an interest to maybe have further discussion around this, and also I think in fairness for us to think a little bit off table about the type and nature of the questions and the issues that we would like to have further discussion about, so that you can think that through and provide us with the information. And it's not just about a one-way flow of information, it's about having a further discussion that enhances everybody's understanding of the different positions. So I think that would be a useful way forward. So if people are happy with that, we'll take that off table and try and set something up that would allow us to have that further discussion. But in the meantime, thanks very much for the paper. Content to move on to the next agenda item, which is item 8, the actions to address HMICS and ICBS recommendations on custody.
Good afternoon, Chair. It's Chief Superintendent Gary McEwen here. I'm just going to introduce the paper and talk through it in the absence of ACC Spears, who had to dip out for another meeting. So, good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity to speak here this afternoon. The members will recall that at the last meeting, I think that was just before the New Year period, the Performance Committee had a more general discussion around HMICS outstanding Police Scotland recommendations, and at that point, it's fair to say that a fair proportion of the outstanding HMICS recommendations were aligned to custody, and members felt they would benefit from a single paper focusing on the custody work and those recommendations that remain outstanding. I think it's fair to say before I go into the paper that that in the last 5 years, CJSD/custody has probably been one of the most scrutinised and inspected divisions across the whole of Police Scotland by external partners, that primarily being HMICS, the United Nations Committee for the Prevention of Torture, and also your own ICVS, that they do a very thorough and professional job in that space also. And why is that? Well, over the course of every year, 110,000 plus custodies are brought into our centres across the country. Some of them are highly vulnerable, mental health issues, significant alcohol and substance misuse dependencies. And the fact that we as an organisation take away their liberty, there are clearly ECHR implications there around Article 2, Article 3, and also Article 6, actually. So I think it's right that this division is scrutinised to that level, just to make sure that we're providing that secure, safe care and welfare provision that the staff that work within that division really aspire to do. So focusing now on the paper, over the last 4 years, there has been 47 recommendations that have been aligned to my division. In the last 2 years, that has reduced down to 38, and I'm really pleased to say that now we're sitting in, I think, a very positive position where we've reduced over the last couple of years from 38 down to 10 outstanding recommendations. And it really does, in my view, signify the passion and the commitment of the staff to really try and improve the processes and the practices across the whole of Police Scotland. And all these recommendations have had to be signed off by whatever statutory agency it was that made them. So, it's a very positive note. Moving on to the appendix, I'll touch on maybe a couple of the recommendations and then open it up for questions and observations. The first one there, which is recommendation 1 of 2008, which is around the estate strategy and the improvements. There has been significant improvements around our estate provision. Over the last 2 or 3 years, members will know that we've moved towards criminal justice hubs, centrally and strategically located across Scotland, with a real focus on care, welfare, rehabilitation and effective intervention. And it's really pleasing to note that the force have agreed for the next 12 months to give us an additional 1.8 or 1.7 actually capital monies to continue that journey across Scotland, and we have plans in place now to invest that work with our estates team to try and upgrade again some of the key centres. In addition to that, the opportunity that COP26 is going to present the organisation, we need to make sure that our estate is fit for purpose for COP26 when that comes before us all in November. And what we are hoping to get is somewhere in the region of £3 million additional pounds to actually again further upgrade the estate across the country, with a specific focus on key centres in the west and also the Central Belt, and specifically around CCTV and the vulnerabilities that lie there, because there are some significant vulnerabilities around CCTV provision. So we're hoping that that's going to allow us a legacy benefit from COP26. Is definitely needed for the conference, but it will give us a legacy benefit. So that's really positive. One of the other aspects around recommendation 1, which the ICVS team had picked up on, was the travel distances and custodies being removed across the country. And I've been before Justice Committee answering similar questions, and some of the improvements that we've made of late over the last 6 or 7 months around the force ACC McDonald's Oil, but supporting the investment of additional inspectors into the division, quality assurance inspectors, which has enabled us to really focus on a proportionate and pragmatic approach to who we keep in custody, and those that actually don't genuinely present a significant risk to communities, then we have processes in place now to enable them to be released, which the benefit of that is then people aren't getting kept in custody for longer periods than is necessary, and that is by default preventing the unnecessary transfer of custodies. So I do thank ICVS for picking up on that and supporting us in that journey. The only other recommendation I'll touch on was the recommendation 2 around unnecessary and inconsistent practices, and both HMICS and ICVS have picked up on that. And I do actually agree, a lot of that is still cultural, where, you know, staff across the country, maybe in the north, are all working within the processes and the SOPs that are in place, but they just have a slightly different approach to that. So, you know, there's a fine balance to be had where, you know, we have to respect the cultural differences across the country, and, you know, certain custodies in parts of the country are far more vulnerable than others. So there are some, you know, more stringent measures around constant observations, for example, that we have to put in place in some areas than others. So we have to respect these cultural differences, but we are working hard as a division to try and reduce the unnecessary inconsistencies around food provision and other recording measures. So I think the paper, hopefully, Chair, prevents a very positive light around the journey that CJSD are probably midway through, with still, you know, 10 outstanding recommendations to add. But I'll pause there and happy to take any questions or observations.
Thanks for that, Gary. Can I bring Bob in? You're muted, Bob.
Take two. Gary, thank you for the report and the being a follow-on to other reports you've given us. It is, I think it addresses the questions well. I have sort of a couple of linked points, really. The report refers to a custody estate investment plan. And I just wonder if you can give us a bit of a time scale for when that would be. And I suspect, Chair, that the Policing Performance Committee would be very interested to see that. The second and linked bit is, during my time on the authority, we've had a number of inputs on custody in terms of what I would describe as operational and relatively tactical changes to the way it's operated. What I've never really sort of understood is there a longer term vision in terms of what your custody estate is going to look like? So very much at the moment, and I think you've identified why, a lot has been taking what you inherited when Police Scotland was formed and bringing it up to a suitable standard and making changes. I suppose my question is, you know, if you look at a vision, is it to continue to do that, or do you see perhaps a move to larger, more centralised custody facilities as other places have done? And then what does that investment plan that we're going to see, does that take us towards that? So I apologise, it's probably a backward question. It probably in better terms would be, what's the overall strategy for the custody estate, and how's the investment plan going to get us there?
Thanks, Bob. And it's a very pertinent and relevant question, actually, because there is 2 or 3 members on the virtual table, and ACC MacDonald and Kirsty Louise, and I think Tom McMahon's on as well, is that what we are trying to do as a division, and it's not quite ready yet, but we hope it will be over the next 2 or 3 months, is a 5-year strategy for Criminal Justice Services Division. And I think there's going to be a number of fundamental elements to it, but one of the main ones is the rollout of the criminal justice hub/centres across the country. We know that the vast majority of the 110 to 120,000 custodies tend to come in at the bigger and busier areas of the country. So what we're hoping to build on is, rather than them just being the custodies being brought in and left within their respective cells and presented at court, as we're really trying to work on a sort of rehabilitation plan, as well as, you know, trying to divert individuals from prosecution, and, you know, really trying to invest time and effort with partners and early and effective intervention whilst these custodies are in our care and welfare. I think that's the opportunity that we are now moving towards, and an opportunity that, you know, I probably should have tried to grasp earlier in my role in this division. So that's the 5-year strategy. What will be required from that will be the investment in certain key custody centres, which is part of the capital plan, and that's going to be in areas like Inverness, Motherwell, Kilmarnock. The work that we've done so far in London Road, and, you know, members you know, I'm sure would welcome the opportunity to, if you get a chance, to either have a meeting in London Road or at least visit London Road, which is really our first criminal justice campus that's going to be open just in the next sort of month, and we're going to see partners in there. We're going to see enhanced custody, care and welfare regimes, as well as some additional resource that we've put in place. And what we're looking to do is, once London Road is fully operational, is then have the 5-year plan to mirror that and the good practice that we glean from that to roll out across the rest of the country is the plan. I don't know if the ACC wants to come in with anything further or if there's any other follow-ups.
Kenny, did you want to come in?
Yes, if happy to. It's really just to echo much of what Gary said. We do have a harm reduction strategy for custody, which was signed off last year. That's very much about changing custody away from just being the jail and a location before you go to court to actually being a place of intervention and support. We need to improve overall our healthcare provision across the custody estate, and there's ongoing discussions, as you know, it's been mentioned before at this committee, to improve healthcare. But we very much want that campus approach where we can have the opportunity to have effective intervention from either local authority partners or from third sector partners. And if we can actually achieve that in a meaningful way at that point of crisis, then we, I think, truly have an opportunity to impact on recidivism and actually make a difference in terms of the overall prevention of crime. So I think that there are exciting plans in place. London Road, as Gary said, is nearly finished. Falkirk, Inverness, Kitty Brewster, there is a clear plan. There is an increased level of financial commitment from the authority to support that, which I think is really important. But ultimately, in terms of the question that's been asked today, in terms of, you know, the recommendations, there are key recommendations that remain outstanding, and there is still a lot of work to be done within this arena, and it's one that is a risky part of the business, given the individuals that we are dealing with. But it's done very well by the officers and staff within custody division.
Thanks, Kenny. I think that's really helpful, and I think I acknowledge, you know, a 5-year strategy and to try and replicate some of the really good practice in terms of what you've described around, you know, this isn't just the jail. This is an opportunity for intervention is really, really positive. So I would absolutely want to support that wholeheartedly. But I also get the point that there's quite a lot of outstanding recommendations and that's a real challenge. So I suppose my question just relates to the means by which you're risk assessing the outstanding recommendations in terms of prioritization. Because if you are talking about a 5-year strategy that would address all of that, you know, can we be clear, and how are you clear in terms of the criteria for this is a priority in terms of timescale as opposed to this one which could wait another year, or you know, what's the mechanism for risk assessing the outstanding recommendations?
Gary's going to come in and give you some of the detail, but what we have within the division is a newly formed continuous improvement department. It's a small number of people, but they are regularly reviewing the outstanding recommendations that exist. And those are not just recommendations that come from HMICS or come from ICDS. They're looking broader than that. So what are the recommendations emerging from NPCC in terms of custody, so that we're alive to recommendations from elsewhere. Now, what Gary and I do is sit down on a regular basis and review those outstanding actions and make sure that there is ongoing progress towards them. What we've done is also apply some of the information that we have within this sphere, transfers right across into our risk management processes. And the risk management processes allow that overall risk sitting within custody and criminal justice to be elevated for consideration at a force level and influences our investment decisions. So there's a number of different factors within that, Chair, but Gary will maybe just add a wee bit more detail to that, but it is something that is actively managed given the risk.
Thanks, Kenny, that's helpful. Gary, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think the ACC, to be fair to it, has covered most of the points there. I suppose just to try and put it into perspective, you know, one of the previous outstanding recommendations, for example, was around, you know, each custody area had to undergo a health and safety inspection. So clearly, for us as an organisation, that has to be a priority over perhaps inconsistencies in processes. So it's to try and reassure the committee that we do prioritise. We have regular meetings with HMI, with ICVS, and I know, for example, there is a meeting, I think Kirsty's hands up, but the 11th or 15th of March, which is another opportunity for Police Scotland and the ICVS to go through what is outstanding and see how we can prioritise them further. But we do absolutely risk assess and prioritise, as the ACC has touched on.
Thanks very much for that, Gary. That's really helpful. Are there any other kind of questions or comments from anybody? If not, oh, sorry, I've got a hand up. Who's that? Kirsty, sorry, Kirsty.
Hi, Chair. Yeah, it's just obviously from ICVS perspective, you know, Police Scotland are doing an immense amount of work. There has been a lot of development. However, you know, there's still that concern that it's just a basic service. You know, we've still got cells without any hand washing facilities, which is a basic human rights approach, but it'll be interesting for the committee to note that the MPM have brought in 2 consultants to work on a report reviewing the progress made in Scotland on prevention of ill treatment in detention settings, and I have just recently met with these individuals, and we're looking at the key themes, in particular police custody, and what they're looking to do is produce a report, and that will be in conjunction with government's response to the CPT report. So it'll be worth for the committee to note that this piece of work will due to be completed at the end of March, and I think for the next committee meeting it will be worth noting, you know, where are the issues and concerns within Scotland within the detention setting.
Thanks, Kirsty. I think that's really helpful, and what that might also support is for a further analysis from Police Scotland in terms of that prioritisation, just to make sure that there's some consistency across that. So we'll look forward to it. So hopefully, if you're talking about the end of March, then we could reasonably expect a report at the next committee, which I think is in June. So that would work. Kenny, you wanted to come back?
Thank you, Chair. It was really just to advise you that Chief Superintendent McEwen has intimated his intention to retire. I know he's come and spoken at this committee many times, and he has a wealth of experience in this field, and he will move on into retirement with our best wishes, and I just thought it was only right and proper, given the amount of inputs he's given here, that we wish him all the best for the future.
Absolutely. Echo that. Thanks very much for bringing that to our attention, and thanks very much, and best wishes indeed. So
yeah, likewise, best wishes, Gary.
Okay, so I think that allows us then to move on to the last item on the agenda, which is item 9, and that's the SPA Public Confidence and Support Surveying during COVID-19 Wave 4. Who's going to speak to that one?
Thanks, Chair. I'll speak to that one if
Okay.
you're okay with that. And I'm sure you're used to hearing these updates from Martin in terms of previous waves of information. It's a summary of the findings from Wave 4, which is the latest polling carried out on behalf of SPA around public confidence. And I think there's quite a lot of information in the report. I just wanted to draw out a few points for you. I think importantly, confidence remains high and in line with pre-pandemic levels. And as you know, we've been using the 1819 Scottish Crime and Justice Survey as our baseline for that information. The spring 2020 surveys in the early stages of first lockdown saw a peak in confidence and support at 66%, and this has reduced slightly over the subsequent waves that we've seen, but it remains consistent with the Crime and Justice Survey, with Wave 4 showing 57% confidence. There has been an evident reduction in support for the policing approach. Wave 4 shows a 35% level there in terms of support for policing, down from around 45 to 48% in waves 1 to 3. I think, more importantly, this reduction also reflects polarisation in views. So we're seeing an increase both in those respondents who are saying policing should be tougher, and also those respondents who are saying that they feel that the policing approach is heavy-handed or potentially going too far. There's also been a small decrease in support for the issuing of fines, down from 88-89% in spring 2020 to 84% in the most recent survey, which was in February of this year. Confidence in Police Scotland's ability to respond quickly remains high, which again is very positive and remains in line with pre-pandemic levels. Has fallen slightly, although not significantly, and Wave 4 has also shown an increase in those saying that the police presence is not enough compared to levels in spring 2020. Just to draw your attention, Chair, to section 6 of the report, which describes the next steps around this work. So there is work underway on regional analysis of data, linked both to the work of the Independent Advisory Group and the Police Scotland Public Confidence Board. And we are looking to ensure that all the further analysis that we carry out links findings of the 1920 Crime and Justice Survey and also the Scottish Victimisation Telephone Survey. And we intend to bring that back to June Policing Performance Committee with further information and a proposal for the additional research and analysis that we're looking to carry out on the over 9,500 responses that we've gathered to date. Happy to take any comments, Chair.
Amanda, thanks very much. That's really, really helpful and a really detailed report. Bob, can I ask if you have any questions or comments?
Thanks, Chair. No, I have nothing further to add.
Okay. I've got a couple of questions, but Kirsty Louise, you wanted to come in?
Thank you. I just thought it might be helpful alongside the update report on Wave 4 just to give a very quick overview of some of the work on the Your Police and User Satisfaction Survey from the Police Scotland side. As you'll be aware, the Your Police survey has around 35,000 responses now, and it's really good to see that our confidence level is 58%, which is mirrored in the Wave 4 report, which gives a good independent verification, I think, of the work we're doing. We have qualitative feedback and commentary within our survey, so we've been able to track the dips and shifts in confidence against events that have been occurring throughout the period of time. So it might be helpful just to say that some of the shifts are very much related to changes in rates of COVID at local and national level, and we can kind of track that through really, really effectively now. Views around enforcement, etc., tend to mirror those as well, and they also tend to reflect what we see around lockdown and restriction fatigue, which is really useful from a kind of policing perspective to know about. We also see differences between public perceptions and actual experience. So those who have experienced policing directly tend to be more confident. And we're also able to track how kind of local events impact on confidence nationally. So we do have a lot of really good qualitative information that we've been using, as Tom said, and in Q3 we've kind of referred to on a weekly basis to help us shape the policing response. And I think that's been really valuable throughout this period of time. Just a couple of things picking up on the report. The work that we've done with Your Police and user satisfaction is to develop some dashboards for local commanders. So each of the local commanders now has a divisional dashboard which shows their public confidence levels monthly with qualitative feedback. So we can also say that in the last month, 9 divisions had an increase in public confidence, and we're able to track that both divisionally and regionally. And some of that information will come through both the regional performance structures within Police Scotland and also as we go into the Q4 performance report, and we'll continue to showcase that working its way through. So with thanks for a really helpful report on the Wave 4, and also just to highlight some of the alignment, which I think shows the value of the approaches. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirsty Louise, and again, thanks, Amanda. Just a couple of questions from me. Actually, I think, Kirsty Louise, you've answered one of them, which was, does the data and subsequently our analysis of that data differentiate between people who have a view on policing because they've experienced it, as opposed to people who have a view on policing but they haven't experienced it? And because in a sense of, which leads on to my other question, which is, I think this work is great, it's very detailed, and it's becoming more and more sophisticated, which I think is really good, but it's not an end in itself. So just simply to become more and more sophisticated in terms of the, whether 20 or 30 or 80 or 90% are satisfied, isn't the target or isn't the aim that we're trying to achieve. The aim we're trying to achieve is to learn what kinds of things might we do differently in order to increase that confidence and to have it mirror the capacity and the resource that the police have. So yeah, and the fact that I think you've already answered my first question around, are you differentiating between the two, might then lead, and this I suppose is another question, to how you prioritise improvement activity. Because it would seem to me that there's a logic to prioritise improvement activity that is identified from people who've had a direct experience than necessarily from people who just have a sense of of Police Scotland as opposed to a direct experience. But can you hold that thought and let me bring Councillor Parry in so that we can, and then you can maybe answer both of those points together. Councillor Parry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a really brief point, and kind of reflects back on my point earlier that I was making about the whole kind of football situation at the weekend. I wonder if there's, just when you were saying about the way that you can kind of track some of this data compared to other things, and one of the kind of criticisms that I've heard about the weekend was some of the lack of communications. That's debatable whether there was a lack of communications, but just kind of reflecting on the feedback. And so I wonder if there's any way that we can kind of track in terms of, where there's been good communications but still been a contentious issue, what has that meant in terms of public perception, and how does communication affect that? I have no idea how you would even measure that. But I just think that it's such a key tool, and we've mentioned it, several times today on several issues about how important communication is. So I just hope that you could take that back into the work that you're doing.
Thanks for that. So do you want to respond either Amanda or Kirsty Louise on either or both of those points, mine and Councillor Parry's?
If I can start with a general point, Chair, I'm sure Kirsty Louise will have far more detail in terms of the activity that's underway on the analysis of your police survey data. I think, as I described, the work that is planned and will be reported back to committee in June around further interrogation and analysis of the data will start to answer some of those questions, and you're absolutely right. Having comprehensive data is useful in itself, but only really useful if we undertake improvement activity based on the learning from that, and I think that really strengthens the position around the links to the IAG and the Public Confidence Board in terms of the learning there, and then what action can be taken either at a national or a regional local level.
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks very much. That's really helpful. Kirsty, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I can just speak to the intensive work that's been underway in relation to the feedback we've had through the Your Police survey that has been looked at weekly during COVID periods of time, and the prioritisation has been in place at the ORM to ensure that we're addressing some of the individual needs that come through. What I'd also kind of refer to is the ongoing work with our user satisfaction survey, and there's a kind of strong link between improvements undertaken by colleagues in C3 and across the service as a result of the feedback that comes through that user satisfaction survey. From the Your Police perspective, because our divisional commanders have in the last couple of months been able to see their own public confidence and the feedback from Your Police, those are now being incorporated as improvement activity into local plans. So I think we're starting to really see a good way forward around this. What I would also highlight is we are using Your Police, user satisfaction and the other insight work that we're doing to shape our annual police plan and to shape strategy, for example, cyber and the work we've done around public contact and engagement. So we're very much understanding public perceptions, needs and views and building that into our approach to strategy going forwards. I will endeavour to have a look at our kind of Your Police responses timeline and some of the events in response to Councillor Parry and see if I can pull out some examples for you. I think that would be really interesting and I'll have a good look at that and be in touch with you directly if that's okay. Thank you.
That's brilliant. Thanks very much. Okay, are there any other questions or comments in relation to that report? Nope. Okay, well that brings us to the end of the agenda. So thanks very much everybody, and thanks for all of the reports. And thank you in particular to, as I said at the beginning of the meeting, to Bob for his contribution to the committee and to the board generally, and all the best. And thanks very much to Gary as well, and best wishes for the future to you. So that's the end of the meeting. Thanks everybody.